Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Half an hour later, Lin Xiu drove the Apocalypse all-terrain armored vehicle, rewarded by the system near the airport. Driven by the magic engine, the Doomsday armored vehicle roared like a monster, knocked away all obstacles along the way, and rushed towards the Bedmaster Hotel. Except for Lin Xiu and his group, other airport operations and security personnel took the airport bus to the Bedmaster Hotel. However, in the way, Lin Xiu received a call for help from Seiya Takashiro. Brother Lin Xiu, there's a sister on the radio who calls herself Takashiro Seiya. She said she has something important to talk to you about. Siri Alice's mission is to monitor the broadcast to communicate with Takagi Seiya. According to the agreement between Lin Xiu and Takagi Seiya, the two will contact each other regularly through light waves of the agreed frequency band. Siri Alice completed her task well and notified Lin Xiu as soon as she received the call. Hello Takashiro-san, what's wrong? A zombie wave, aren't Busujima-senpai and Rei on your side? What, not only are there a lot of them, but there are also powerful mutant zombies. Can't we hold the line with just 2 people? Okay, I'll be right back. After understanding the situation on Seiya Takagi's side, Lin Xiu immediately opened the entrance and exit above the armored vehicle. Lord Lin Xiu, is the situation over there very urgent? Do you want to take me with you? Kagura asked. She had just absorbed Lin Xiu's demon chess piece, and now she had some basic combat power. No, I'll be much slower if I carry you with me. Lin Xiu replied, Kagura Zyoxiangan Shizuka. When you arrive, find a girl named Takagi Seiya. She will arrange for you to guard your place. As for me, I'll go back and support the defense first. The next second, a green light flashed on Lin Xiu's hand, and the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand instantly appeared. Boost, 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 boost. With the help of the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hands, Lin Xiu's speed continued to increase, and he flew quickly towards the Bedmaster's hotel. As soon, Lin Xiu passed the outer area of the zombie siege and landed in front of the Bedmaster Hotel. Lin Xiujun, you're finally back. Gao Chengseiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. In her opinion, as long as Lin Xiu was there was nothing that could not be solved. Well, Seiya, give me the list I asked you to compile. We are in urgent need of additional regular combat forces. As the team expanded, Lin Xiu also realized that it would be difficult to hold the defense line with only a few people. Sooner or later, he would need to build a team that was absolutely loyal to him. Okay, here's the list I compiled. It includes young women who performed well in the supply collection activities yesterday and today. Before you, Lin Xiujun, came back, I had already asked Ms. Yuka Nishida to call them to assemble. Gao Chengseiya's expression was a little subtle. She knew very well why Lin Xiu added young women to the selection criteria. A minute later, the personnel were assembled. Lin Xiu said a few words, then gave them the slime symbiote and reincarnated them into demons. The 16 of you will hold the line under the command of Gao Chengsan. As for me, I will go and meet the leader of this wave of zombies first. After saying that, Lin Xiu spread his devil wings and took off on the spot. Just know when Lin Xiu was flying, he sensed several powerful auras below. When facing a zombie tidal wave with powerful zombies gathering together, it is always right to capture the leader first, because the zombie tidal wave is most likely a gathering of these high-level zombies. Yes, in the distance, Lin Xiu heard the echo of the guards. In the sky, Lin Xiu was clearing the zombie bats and zombie crows in the air, while flying rapidly towards Busujima Siko and Miyamoto Rei. Their tactics were, 2 of them took the initiative to go forward into the zombie tide, attracting high-level zombies to prevent them from directly attacking the shelter. The tactics of the two were very successful. When Lin Xiu flew back just now, only low-level zombies were left near the shelter's defense line, and the shelter's own armed forces could barely resist. Bang! Lin Xiu fell from the sky and landed in front of Busujima Siko and Miyamoto Rei. Boost, 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 a dragon shoot. Wideria scattering version. Opening a 180-degree, fan-shaped attack range. Lin Xiu quickly cleared out the zombies around him. Noticing Lin Xiu's arrival, Busujima Siko and Miyamoto Rei both breathed a sigh of relief. Even after absorbing the demon pieces, their strength was only that of a high-level, lower-level demon. If it weren't for the powerful defense of the reinforced slime armor, they would have collapsed long ago. After hesitating for a few seconds, Miyamoto Rei took the initiative to speak. I'm sorry. Xiu-kun, when you left, Kimuro Takashi drove away the school bus while we weren't paying attention, and took away a lot of supplies. Kimuro Takashi. Isn't he dead? Lin Xiu frowned. Yes, is indeed dead. But somehow he managed to sneak into the base, and even managed to carry away a large amount of supplies and firearms with that fat guy named Hirano Toda. So, resurrection from the dead interesting. The next time I see him, I'll kill him completely. Lin Xiu roughly guessed what was going on with Kimuro Takashi. Now, the world of Apocalypse is going from bad to worse. A large number of zombies are evolving, and the protagonist, Takashi Kimura, has joined the ranks of the gloriously evolving zombies. Even the heroine, Lin Xiu, noticed the strength of Miyamoto Rei and Busujima Siko. Only one day had passed, and although their strength had not yet advanced, it had grown significantly compared to yesterday. In other words, it's not just the zombies and the hero who are evolving. The heroine is also evolving along with the world. Miyamoto Rei noticed Lin Xiu's gaze and shook her cockroach hair fiercely. Her eyes determined. Xiu-jun, you don't have to do anything. If I meet him in the future, I will definitely defeat him personally and make him pay for his sin of betraying Xiu-jun. Miyamoto Rei's eyes were full of murderous intent. She thought Lin Xiu was worried about Kimuro Takashi's problem. I think that Lin Xiu-jun doesn't need to worry about this problem. Busujima Siko smiled and shook off the blood on the sword. Lin Xiu was very interested in why Busujima Siko said that. Oh, why don't I have to worry about this? Because among the survivors, we found Tadither is a woman. Her name is Kimuro Ai. Busujima Siko replied with a chuckle, Kimuro Ai. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. Kimuro Ai is Kimuro Takashi's mother. As long as Kimuro Ai is with us, I believe that we will meet Kimuro Takashi sooner or later. Lin Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. It just so happened that he was just wanting to see if Kimuro Ai's situation was the same as Miyamoto Kuriko's. And Kimuro Ai came to his door, like a pillow given to someone who was sleepy, from the sky. It seems that only my shelter has a large number of zombies gathered here. Either the zombies are attracted to the gathering crowd, or someone is behind this, found it. With the number of zombies decreasing significantly, Lin Xiu finally found the advanced zombies hiding among the ordinary zombies. Lickers and web spinners, what kind of biohazard? For ordinary people, evolved zombies such as lickers and web weavers pose a huge threat. But to Lin Xiu, these were just a few small soldiers, still hovering in the realm of lower-level demons. Lin Xiu fired several tracking magic bullets in succession in the air. Swish, 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 tilde. Under the multiplication of the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, the tracking magic bullets hit the high-level zombies at an astonishing speed. Bang, 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 tilde, after hitting the target. The tracking magic bullets exploded one after another, blowing up the high-level zombies one after another. Busujima Siko looked at Lin Xiu with a strange look in her eyes. Lin Xiu-jun is worthy of being the man he likes. Both his own strength and the decisiveness he shows in killing are quite in line with Busujima Siko's wishes. Watching Lin Xiu killing groups of zombies in the air, a large number of zombies disappearing one after another, and the evolved zombies also fleeing one after another. A dampness came from Busujima Siko's exquisite and elegant white panties. Lin Xiu-kun is really awesome. After killing all the zombies in sight, the zombie tide finally showed signs of retreating. With no leader, the remaining zombies were quickly wiped out by Lin Xiu and his team. A few minutes later, Lin Xiu stood on the armored vehicle and returned to the shelter under the fanatical gaze of everyone. Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, adult Lin Xiu, adult. Lin Xiu, adult. Master Lin Xiu, I admire you, tilde. The huge armored vehicle gave everyone a great shock. Of course, the biggest shock must have come from Lin Xiu himself. Seeing Lin Xiu growing wings and easily killing zombies in the air. Everyone was surprised and shocked at first, and then they showed amazing enthusiasm. They knew that powerful high-level zombies had emerged among the zombie hordes in recent days. In the past, even ordinary people could hold a front as long as they could use firearms under effective organization. But what about the future? What if more powerful zombies evolve in the future? At this time, we need strong people like Lin Xiu to lead us into the future. Standing on the armored vehicle, Lin Xiu looked around. Originally, he was unwilling to do such a thing. The life and death of others were not important to him, but who says the more people there are in the shelter, the higher the bonus in Lin Xiu's mind? These people were just NPCs who would help him get high bonuses in the final settlement. Although Lin Xiu did not take them seriously, they had already regarded Lin Xiu as a king or god. Being able to evolve a higher life form in the apocalypse. What else could a Lin Xiu be but a god? Next, I want to say a few words. Lin Xiu just raised his hand slightly, and the noisy crowd instantly quieted down. I'm sorry for the wait. Everyone behaved very well while I was gone. With our joint efforts, we managed to hold the front line and successfully dragged me back. This fight against the zombie horde is my personal victory. Everyone's victory, and even more so. A victory for our Bedmaster City shelter even. It's a victory for humanity, faced with the zombies. We displayed the brilliance of humanity and carried forward the ancient gene of cooperation. After giving a brief speech and using the skill speech of the evil protagonist to restore morale, Lin Xiu took a look inside the armored vehicle. Kagura understood what he meant and hurried to the front of the stage and stood next to Lin Xiu. This time when I went out, in addition to driving back this car, I also brought back a VIP. From now on, she and Seiya will help me manage the shelter. Kagura, come and say a few words, tilde. Looking at the elegant kimono-clad girl beside Lin Xiu, everyone started talking about it. Why do they feel that this girl looks familiar? Surrounded by the crowd, Kagura performed a royal etiquette, accepting gazes from all directions with absolute nobility and standard princess demeanor. Seiya Takaga's leadership is indeed very good. But when facing big scenes and sudden crises, Kagura is still stronger. I am the imperial goddess, Princess Akishino. It is my honor to meet you all here as Master Lin Xiu's companion. Kagura's shocking words caused a stir among the crowd. A princess from the royal family. They were wondering why she looked so familiar. After Kagura reminded them, they all remembered. Kagura. Isn't she the Princess Akishino who often appears on TV? What happened next was very formulaic. It was nothing more than using the identity of Kagura Royal Princess to give Lin Xiu another layer of gilding. After receiving the bonus from the Royal Princess, the people in the shelter's fanaticism and loyalty to Lin Xiu reached a new peak. Here, Seiya Takagi, eldest daughter of the Takagi family, represents the old aristocratic forces in Bedmaster City. The head of the Yukinishida family, who represents the emerging aristocratic power in Chuangju City. There is the royal princess Kagura, who represents the orthodoxy of Fuso Shintoism. There is also Lin Xiu, who represents absolute force and absolute order. Everyone feels extremely honored to be able to work and live here. and is afraid that any poor performance will lead to them being kicked out. In the evening, Lin Xiu met with his personal guards one by one. He had no intention of eating these carefully selected beautiful girls right now. The heroine in his team hasn't finished eating yet, so Lin Xiu won't indulge in his desires so early. He just wanted to assign some more detailed tasks to his guards. Lin Xiu entrusted many things to Takagi Seiya and Kagura. However, there are some things that Lin Xiu can only do by herself. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, while you are away, I will take good care of the water and food management of the shelter. When you return, you will surely find a more prosperous refuge. A girl who looked very similar to Asuna bowed respectfully and left Lin Xiu's room. After meeting with the last member of the royal guard, Lin Xiu moved on to the last item on his agenda. Dong ding dong tilde, after a gentle knock on the door. A slender young woman with perfect curves walked in hesitantly. She is none other than Kamuro Takashi's mother, Kamuro AI. The reason why Lin Xiu asked Kamuro AI to come over was simple. It was to fill the initial ability space. I've already used up 4 of my initial ability slots. I've exchanged them for reinforced slime armor, a true devil chess piece, pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline, and Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. Considering that the zombies have evolved, it's time to get as many initial ability slots as possible to unleash your full potential. Lin Xiu raised her head and looked at Kamuro AI, who opened her red lips slightly as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. After a few seconds, Kamuro AI calmed down and spoke slowly. Xiu-jun, you are looking for me because of filial piety. Right, Kamuro AI still has a good impression of Lin Xiu. After all, she watched Lin Xiu grow up. And Lin Xiu has always been a good child who respects elders and has excellent grades. So she didn't care too much about Kamuro Takashi's escape. Aunt Kamuro, do you think that Kamuro Takashi just left on his own? Lin Xiu chuckled and shook her head. AI Kamuro frowned her beautiful brows. Of course not. He ran away with a classmate named Hirano Toda. Not only did they escape, they also took away firearms and a large amount of supplies. Although considering the growing size of our shelter, this amount of supplies is nothing, but for an individual, that amount of supplies is enormous. Enough to meet a person's needs for more than 2 years. Lin Xiu put his hands on the table, his expression becoming more and more serious as he spoke. Is that really the case, Takashi? Takashi, why did he do this? Kamuro Takashi's beautiful eyes opened slightly, looking very confused. Because he saw me using the demon wings. And because he didn't approve of me from the beginning. Lin Xiu explained calmly, demon wings, mister. Xiu, as expected, you have evolved just as everyone said. Kamuro AI swallowed her saliva. Today, she also saw the scene of Lin Xiu fighting. That invincible posture shocked her mind. And at the same time, she subconsciously developed a sense of dependence in her heart. If possible, she wanted to stay in the shelter and stay with Lin Xiu. Then, she was told that her son had run away. Only now did she realize that not only had Kamuro Takashi run away, but he had also taken away guns and a large amount of supplies. Damn, isn't this a trap, Xiu-kun? I will be responsible for finding Xiao and making him compensate for the supplies. If I can convince Xiao, can you? AI Kamuro's tender eyes were filled with pleading. In response, Lin Xiu just shook his head. Aunt Kamuro, I'm sorry, I can't accept this condition. As the leader of the refuge, I must eliminate those who defected in order to maintain the refuge's stability. Otherwise, wouldn't I be telling everyone that anyone can run away with the supplies from the shelter? And I won't hold them accountable. Kamuro AI was silent. She admitted that Lin Xiu was right. But Xiu-jun, aren't you and Xiao good friends who grew up together? Kamuro AI still tried to make Lin Xiu change her mind. Aunt Kamuro is right. Kamuro Takashi and I are indeed good friends. That's why I let him into my shelter. And that's why I gave him some rights to manage the warehouse. And this is how he repays me. If it weren't for the old feelings I still have in my heart. Aunt Kimura, you would just be locked up as bait and have no right to see me at all. Lin Xiu's voice was not loud, but it was deafening. Xiu-jun, can't you just let Xiao go? I will teach him a lesson. Kimuro AI held Lin Xiu's hands and looked at her with pleading eyes. Let him go, it's not impossible, as the saying goes. A son's failure to educate his parents is the fault of his father. Since Uncle Kimuro is gone, he don't you Aunt Kimuro. Make amends for his mistakes, as he spoke. Lin Xiu followed the hand that Kimuro AI was holding and slid up to Kimuro AI's chest. Xiu Junhu, you. Kimuro AI didn't expect that Lin Xiu actually planned to attack her. She was shy and indignant, bewildered and afraid, but she didn't dare to move just now. She finally figured out why Lin Xiu met with her alone. It turns out that Lin Xiu has taken a fancy to her. Although she had liked Lin Xiu since she was a child, that was purely the care of an elder for a younger person and had nothing to do with love between men and women. But she didn't expect that, although she didn't mean that. Lin Xiu meant it very much. Seeing that although Kimuro AI was shy, but did not move, Lin Xiu gently lifted Kimuro AI's smooth chin. Aunt Kimuro, I actually like you very much. I have liked you since I was a child. Besides, aren't you and Uncle Kimuro just a couple in name only? It's just a superficial relationship. So why would you need to maintain it? Xiu-jun, how did you know? Halfway through her words, Kimuro AI realized it belatedly and stopped talking with her red lips. Aunt Kamurano, that things have come to this. I'll speak frankly, as long as you are willing to be mine. I will not hold Kimuro Takashi responsible. On the one hand, it's because I really like Aunt Kimuro. On the other hand, if Aunt Kimuro becomes my person, then Kimuro Takashi's act of defection will turn from a business matter into a family matter. And I will have a reason to shut everyone up. Well, no matter how you look at it, thighs is a good solution, right? There was a long silence. Half a minute later, Kimuro AI raised her head, her already watery eyes trembling constantly. What do I need to do? This is my first time and no, I'm not very familiar with the specific procedures. Kimuro AI finally gave in. How to do it? It's very simple, just listen to me. Lin Xiu picked up Kimuro AI's hair with satisfaction, feeling the fragrance in her hair. A few minutes later, under Lin Xiu's guidance, Kimuro AI knelt down at Lin Xiu's waist, her toes in her black stockings constantly opening and closing, her watery eyes gradually turning white. Ding tilde. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, AI Kimuro. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 6. The next day, after waking up, Lin Xiu immediately used the initial ability space. Exchange system reward, true water breathing, bite. The initial ability space was used successfully. System reward redeemed, true water breathing. Remaining initial ability space, 1. Because the water breathing technique has the effect of enhancing the origin of Leviathan. After switching to the water breathing technique, Lin Xiu's blood vessels dilated again. Kimuro AI frowned and hummed softly, feeling the rhythm of Lin Xiu. Kimuro AI felt very complicated. This is. Kimuro AI was both shy and scared, but besides fear, she also had a hint of anticipation. Lin Xiu understood what Kimuro AI was looking forward to and responded to her expectations with 100% enthusiasm. So Kimuro AI didn't eat breakfast, because her lower abdomen and stomach were all full. After breakfast, Lin Xiu and his group of personal guards all gathered in front of a huge map. Next, we need to integrate all the forces in Bedmaster City. Among them, the shelter at Takashiro's home is the most difficult to tackle. Mr. Takagi, what do you think? Lin Xiu turned to look at Takagi Seiya. Seeing that Lin Xiu valued her so much, Takagi Seiya proudly puffed out her towering chest and looked at Huang Shenalai opposite her with great pride. Humph, did you see that? Lin Xiu still relies on her the most. Ever since Kagura arrived, Takagi Seiya had developed a sense of crisis. This princess was not only as capable as she was, but her status in the hearts of the other members of the shelter was also comparable to hers. Now, it's finally her time to prove her worth. The royal princess is just of noble blood. When it comes to dominating the city, it depends on her Gaia Cheng family. In the face of Takagi Seiya's provocation, Huang Shenlei smiled without saying a word. Just looked at her gently. Under Kagura's gaze, Takagi Seiya slowly spoke. As I reported to Lin Xiu yesterday, we have established contact with the Gaia Cheng family's shelter. Toddy before dinner, I sent him a meeting expression at Lin Xiu's instruction. The other party's reply has arrived. The head of the Takashiro family, Takashiro Soakairo, said that he is willing to meet with us to discuss the leadership of the rescue work in Chuangju City. Seiya Takagi is quite professional and serious when she is working, even though Soakairo Takagi is her father. She calls him by his name in order to cut off her relationship with the Takagi family. Personally, Soakairo Takagi and Yuriko Takagi are indeed her parents. But let's be clear. We are talking about official business now. When talking about official business, refer to the position in terms of official business. Takagi Soakairo and Takagi Yuriko are the leaders of the forces that have not yet been conquered by them. Okay, that's settled then. After we finish arranging things at the shelter, we'll go to the Gaia Cheng family at 11 o'clock sharp. Just like that, the plan to go to the Takagi family was decided. The accompanying personnel include Lin Xiu, Dokushima Siko Miyamoto Murakawa, Shizuka Takagi Sei, Kiri Ai Riand Kimuro Ai, Rakuya Kimura, Kiriko Miyamoto, Asami Nakyaka, etc. That's right, Asami Nakyaka, the female police officer with a strong sense of justice in the original plot. During the expansion in the past few days, Lin Xiu's shelter absorbed Asami Nakyaka while absorbing survivors. However, it was not Lin Xiu who decided to bring her into the team, but Kagura. Asami Nakyaka participated in the operation as Kagura's bodyguard. After Lin Xiu and his group left, only Mrs. Yukin Ishida and a group of royal guards were left at the base. In addition to the guards, several superhumans with astonishing powers have awakened in Lin Xiu's shelter. Lin Xiu has assigned each of these awakened individuals the task of defending the base. Standing on the armored vehicle, the figures of Lin Xiu and his group gradually disappeared into the distance. Lin Xiu waved to Mrs. Yukin Ishida and turned to face forward. From the awakened ones emerging from the shelter, I can tell that this apocalypse world is very different from the apocalypse world I had in mind. At this stage, only high-level zombies of the lower demon level have appeared. Will there be zombies of the intermediate demon level or even the upper demon level in the future? Lin Xiu didn't care much about the fact that zombies could evolve. How far can the zombies in the Resident Evil world evolve? As long as they don't reach the Demon King level, he has the confidence to defeat them. Even if he reaches the Demon King level, doesn't he still have a chance to use Tyrannosaurus? P.S. Well, there won't be zombies that strong. The upper-level demons are the best of the best. Along the map, Lin Xiu and his team drove the armored vehicle forward relentlessly. While moving forward, Lin Xiu killed the zombies he encountered along the way. This is not because Lin Xiu is so bloodthirsty. Lin Xiu is just completing the system task of eliminating zombies. The dozen or so high-level zombies killed yesterday each provided Lin Xiu with about 500 kills, greatly speeding up the process of completing his goal. Before arriving at the Gaia Cheng family's mansion, Lin Xiu's zombie kill count finally reached 10,000 ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage, Stage 3, kill 10,000 zombies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Immortality, Blue. Immortality, blue, comparable to the immortality of vampires in the old times. It can quickly recover if it is just physical damage. Even if the head and heart are blown off. They can slowly resurrect, however. The resurrection speed is not fast, and their abilities will be greatly limited during the resurrection period. From a distance, Lin Xiu saw the welcoming team. Armed men holding guns stood in 2 rows, guarding the side. There was a red carpet in the middle of the road, and a burly middle-aged man and a young woman with a big body stood at the end of the red carpet. They are Seiya Takagi's parents. Soakiro Takagi and Yuriko Takagi. Bang, 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 bang. Several fireworks rang out in succession to show Takashiro Soakiro's courtesy to Lin Xiu and his group. Hearing the sound of fireworks, Lin Xiu frowned. But he didn't say anything and got off the car as planned. Takagi Soakiro hurried forward to meet him. Welcome His Highness Huangshan Lei. And His Highness Huangshan Lei's husband, Lord Lin Xiu. As soon as they met, Gao Chengzong gave Lin Xiu a warning. It can be seen from the fact that he put Kagura's name before Lin Xiu that his recognition of Kagura is far higher than that of Lin Xiu. That's right. He has always treated Lin Xiu as a junior since he was a child. Even though Lin Xiu has shown enough ability, he has not fully recognized him. Lin Xiu did not express any reaction to Takashiro Soakiro's contempt. Instead, Kagura's smile froze, and she even wanted to beat Takagi Soakiro to death. Where did this traitor come from? He wanted to murder her the moment they met, right? Master Gaya-cheng, thank you for your personal welcome. Kagura's tone remained the same, and there was an irresistible majesty in her smile. However, according to ancient customs, a woman must obey her husband after marriage, from now on. Please, Master, Gaya-cheng put my husband before me. If there is anything you need to discuss with me, please be sure to bring my husband along. Takashiro Soakiro didn't understand why His Highness Kagura, who he thought was both smart and determined, valued Lin Xiu so much. Could it be that in just these few days, Lin Xiu has completely conquered Kagura? Since this is the will of His Highness Kagura, I shall obey. Master Lin Xiu, His Highness Kagura, please tilde. Takagi Soakiro raised his hand in an invitation. At this moment, something strange happened. Oh no. Lord Soakiro, zombies are surrounding us. A defense officer reported very timely. What? Zombies? Zombies attacked us when we were welcoming Lord Kagura. It's really rude. Takagi Soakiro looked very self-blaming. Maybe it's because of the salute that Master Takagi just fired tilde you know. Zombies are attracted to sounds. Kagura still smiled. It's okay, Kagura-sama. The zombies that are attracted by the noise are low-level zombies. If they are just low-level zombies, the Gaya-cheng family can quickly eliminate them. As he spoke, Takagi Soakiro drew the samurai sword in his hand. As the most determined man in Gaya-cheng Mansion, he became a so-called awakener shortly after the zombie crisis broke out. Really low-level zombies tilde, Kagura smiled. It turned out they were waiting for her here tilde. You're saying the salute is for courtesy. But isn't it just to attract the zombies? So they can show off their abilities in front of me and test our abilities. In that case, Kagura turned and looked at Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, I wonder if you are willing to reproduce the bravery you used to save me from the countless zombies that day. Among thousands of zombies. As soon as these words were spoken, both Soakiro Takagi and Yuriko Takagi showed expressions of surprise. They knew that Lin Xiu was most likely an awakener, but they didn't know that Lin Xiu was so powerful, saving people from a horde of zombies. Even for an awakened being, that's a bit too perverted, right? Is this the reason why Lord Kagura took a liking to him? That's right. I haven't seen Uncle Gaya-cheng for a long time. It's necessary for Uncle Gaya-cheng to see my changes and progress. Lin Xiu smiled happily, drew out the katana from his waist, and looked at Takagi Seiya, Takashiro-kun. Haven't you always wanted to prove yourself to your parents? In this battle, I will be in charge of the front line, and you will be in charge of the command. Yes, understood. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Looking at her daughter, who was excitedly engaging in the command work, Takagi Yuriko pursed her red lips. I haven't seen my daughter for just a few days. How come she looks like she's been trained so well? Although she said that the command would be handed over to Takagi Seiya, Takagi Yuriko knew very well that the initiative of the battle would definitely be in the hands of Lin Xiu. To be so happy about something like this. My daughter is really, alas tilde tilde tilde, call out. Without using the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, Lin Xiu accelerated and disappeared in front of everyone. Takagi Soakairo raised his eyebrows and turned to the person next to him and said, Tanaka, Temura, Nakata Nakamura. You will guard Master Lin Xiu and help him complete the Vanguard mission. Yes. The 4 awakened ones filed out and rushed in the direction Lin Xiu left. At this time, Lin Xiu had already rushed into the group of zombies. True water-breathing landform twisting whirlpool. The blue-purple Leviathan magic was activated, and Lin Xiu was surrounded by cutting water. Sizzle, 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 tilde. The boy's figure kept flashing among the zombies. Wherever he went, the vortex of water surrounding him would clear out all the zombies there. As Lin Xiu regained more and more power, his zombie-killing speed increased by an unknown amount compared to before. From a distance, Gao Chengzong looked at Lin Xiu's invincible posture and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Xiu's strength is obviously 1 level higher than him and the awakened ones under him. Such a Lin Xiu is indeed qualified to marry Kagura, soon. Under the command of Seiya Takagi, the gathered zombies were wiped out before the red carpet. Takashiro Soakairo retracted his blood-stained samurai sword and bowed to the returning Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, welcome to Gayacheng Mansion. Please follow me. I have prepared a sumptuous lunch for you and Lord Kagura. Under the guidance of Soakairo Takagi, Lin Xiu and his group entered the Takagi residence. However, on the way to the main house, Lin Xiu suddenly drew his sword and threw it towards the crowd of onlookers. A flying sword attacked, and a little fat man wearing glasses was nailed flying and stuck on the wall in the distance. This little fat boy. This is the little fat boy who rushed out of Fujimi Academy with Lin Xiu and others, Hirano Toda. Master Lin Xiu, what do you mean? Gao Chengshuang frowned fiercely. It's nothing. I'm just clearing out the traitors from my own shelter. This person drove away a lot of supplies from our shelter. If I don't clean up this traitor, how can I continue to lead the shelter? So that's how it is. Takagi Soakairo nodded. Everyone see. This is the fate of betraying the collective. In this apocalypse, only by abiding by the rules can we survive better. Gao Chengzong did not doubt Lin Xiu's words. He was asking why the 2 students came with guns and several months' worth of supplies when they sought refuge. It turned out they stole them from their own shelter. Soakairo Takagi hates people who betray the organization the most. The next second Lin Xiu stretched out his hand, and the katana stuck in Hirano Toda's body was summoned and flew back into his hand. It was just a normal action, but it almost scared Takashi Kimuro, who was standing next to him. He thought Hirano Toda was dead, and he would be the next one. Seeing that Lin Xiu didn't seem to have any intention of killing him as well, Kimuro Takashi breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he had transformed into a conscious, advanced zombie, he knew he was no match for Lin Xiu, but why? He had already killed me once. So why didn't he attack me after seeing me? Soon, Kimuro Takashi found out the reason. Because he saw the beautiful young woman Ai Kimuro following behind Lin Xiu's team, mother. Kimuro Takashi wiped his eyes and stood there in a daze. Did Lin Xiu not attack him because he didn't want to kill him in front of Kimuro Ai? While Lin Xiu was having a meal, Kimuro Takashi found Kimuro Ai, who was having a meal in the side hall. Ai, Mother Tilda. Takashi Kimuro called his mother's name softly, his voice trembling noticeably. It's great that Ai Kimuro is still alive, That voice is, Takashi, Takashi, why are you here? When entering Takaga's mansion, there were so many people welcoming her that AI Kimuro didn't recognize Takashi Kimuro in the crowd. Seeing that Kimuro Takashi was still alive, Kimuro AI's eyes filled with crystal tears. After saying something to Shizuka Marikawa next to them, AI Kimuro and Takashi Kimuro went outside. Seeing Kimuro AI come out, Kimuro Takashi also breathed a sigh of relief. It was also very stressful for him to stay at the dining table all the time, because Miyamoto Rei was always looking at him with an extremely oppressive look. Takashi, how are you? Are you okay these days? Well, it's okay. I first escaped from school, and then went through many twists and turns, and finally came to this Takagi mansion. In order to avoid worrying Kimuro AI, Kimuro Takashi tried to simplify his escape route. After listening to Kimuro Takashi's explanation, Kimuro AI was hesitant to speak. My goodness, this is too much of a simplification, isn't it? Are you afraid that she'll worry? What about you, AI? Are you doing okay these days? Asked Kimuro Takashi. I'm fine these days. Kimuro AI paused and said hesitantly. It was more than okay, these past few days. She experienced the joy of being a woman for the first time, submitted to a man for the first time, and fell in love with the feeling of being conquered for the first time. But she knew that these were not suitable words to say to Kimuro Takashi. By the way, AI, why are you in this team? Did the leader of this force take the initiative to bring you along? Kimuro Takashi asked again. Yes. It was the leader of this faction who took the initiative to bring me along. The leader of this force is none other than Xiu-jun. Kimuro AI directly stated that she had long known that the leader of the force was Lin Xiu. As expected, is that so? Kimuro Takashi gritted his teeth and glanced at the living room. That be **** Lin Xiu. Was he really planning to threaten him with her mother? AI, let's find a chance to escape together, shall we? Actually, I've been ostracized by the people in the Gayacheng mansion recently, and it's no longer suitable for me to stay here. In order to get Kimuro AI to run away with him, Kimuro Takashi told a little lie. Seeing Kimuro Takashi so scared, Kimuro AI shed tears unconsciously and comforted him. Takashi, I know what you're afraid of. Don't worry, I've already made an agreement with Xiu-jun. He won't attack you, huh? Kimuro Takashi stood there in a daze. I've already made an agreement with Xiu-jun. In other words, Lin Xiu, has he already told you about me? A hint of darkness flashed in Kimuro Takashi's eyes. Judging from Kimuro AI's expression, she probably doesn't know that Lin Xiu killed her once. Nor does she know that she has turned into a zombie. Well, Xiu-kun has already told me the mistake you made, Zio. I've already convinced Xiu-jun. As long as you're willing to apologize after returning to the camp and then be locked up for a few days, Xiu-jun won't hold you responsible. Before he finished listening to what Kimuro AI said, Kimuro Takashi growled, impossible. I can't put my fate in someone else's hands, especially Lin Xiu's hands. How could Kimuro Takashi go back? With Lin Xiu's intelligence, he would definitely be able to guess that he has turned into an intelligent zombie. Takashi, listen to your mother and stop being stubborn. Okay, Xiu-kun won't do anything to you. Kimuro AI looked at Kimuro Takashi with pleading eyes. Feeling the look in his mother's eyes, Kimuro Takashi felt both angry and helpless. Kui, how can you believe what Lin Xiu said? But didn't he just fulfill his promise, just now? He only attacked the defector named Hirano Toda. And didn't attack you. Otherwise, how could you stand here and talk to me? There was some truth in what Kimuro AI said. But unfortunately, Kimuro Takashi had no intention of listening at all. That's only now, just today, just in front of you, AI. Who knows what he'll do to me after we go back? I will never rely on others for my fate, Zio you. Kimuro AI was helpless and didn't know how to give advice. Final. Kimuro Takashi and Kimuro AI argued for a long time without any result, and their conversation was interrupted by Miyamoto Rei, who came over. looking at the disgusted look in Miyamoto Rei's eyes when she left. Kamuro Takashi's eyes drooped again. Night. Kamuro Takashi plans to talk to Kamuro AI again. Fortunately, although his room was of a different specification from Lin Xiu and the others, it was barely on the same floor, and he was able to use the peephole to observe some of Lin Xiu's team's movements. In this way, Kamuro Takashi kept hiding in his room, waiting for Kamuro AI to come back. During this time, a large number of beautiful girls and young women passed by him. I've seen that person on TV, and I've heard from people around me that she's a princess from the royal family. So the two people next to her are royal security, but isn't that Aunt Kiriko? When did Aunt Kiriko become associated with the royal family? Why didn't they go back to their own rooms, but went back to Lin Xiu's room instead? As he watched, Kamuro Takashi realized that they did not return to their own rooms, but instead walked towards Lin Xiu's room. Kamuro Takashi was not wrong. At this time, in Lin Xiu's room, Huang Shen lay knelt on the ground, bowed respectfully, and then slowly stood up. I wonder if Lord Lin Xiu is satisfied with my gift. After standing up, Kagura asked with a smile. The gifts you mentioned are these two? Lin Xiu glanced behind Kagura. At this time, two beautiful girls in police uniforms were kneeling behind Kagura. Originally, they had no habit of kneeling and greeting when they met people, but who asked them to swear allegiance to Kagura? Since Kagura Yato was kneeling to pay his respects, they had no choice but to kneel as well, because the kneeling posture was too tight, and both of them had good figures. The explosive figures wrapped in the hip skirts attracted Lin Xiu's attention. Yes, they are both gifts from me. Kagura used her pampered hands to gently stroke Miyamoto Kiriko's delicate face, causing Miyamoto Kiriko's body to tremble. Didn't Master Lin Xiu grant me a demon chess piece? After absorbing Master Lin Xiu's demon chess piece, I also awakened my own abilities. I can sense souls. After awakening the ability of soul perception, I discovered something interesting. Master Lin Xiu is not simply collecting beautiful girls. For example, members of Master Lin Xiu's personal guards, before they became Master Lin Xiu's pawns, their soul power was stronger than that of ordinary people. This is especially true for Lord Lin Xiu's team. Whether it's Miss Miyamoto, Miss Mirakawa, or Chief of Police Nanli and Officer Kiriko, they all possess spiritual powers far beyond those of ordinary people. It's normal for Miyamoto Rei and the others to have powerful souls. After all, they are the heroines of the world of apocalypse. However, why do the beautiful girls in the Royal Guard also have strong soul powers? Lin Xiu was a member of the Royal Guards, selected based on appearance and hard work. However, after he finished selecting, he found that the guards he chose looked very similar to the heroines of some anime. For example, there is a flax-haired beautiful girl who looks like Asuna, a white-haired beautiful girl who looks very much like Ellie, and a chef girl who looks very much like Irina Nakiri. Could it be that, because they look so similar, their soul power is stronger than that of ordinary people? Does this count as taking advantage of the other world? While Lin Xiu was thinking, Kagura continued, later, I discovered that the awakens in Lord Lin Xiu's team also had soul powers stronger than ordinary people. So, I have made the judgment that Master Lin Xiu selects his team members based on the strength of their soul power. I don't know, is my idea correct? Well, that's what I mean, Lin Xiu nodded. If you have to say it, Kagura was not wrong. Really, really. Kagura's smile widened. By the way, Master Lin Xiu, could you please answer another question of mine? What's the question, Master Lin Xiu? Will you become stronger because of these people with powerful souls? I asked Miss Juchuan about Master Lin Xiu's experience in becoming stronger, and I found that Master Lin Xiu became stronger gradually. Based on this comprehensive understanding, I made this judgment. Under Kagura's expectant gaze, Lin Xiu slowly spoke. Meeting, really, that's great. Kagura jumped lightly in excitement. Lin Xiu's ability was destined to make him grow. He was destined to stand at the top of the world. For her, there was no better news than this. After being happy, Kagura looked back with a smile. Officer Kuriko, Officer Nakyaka. Did you hear Master Lin Xiu's answer? Yes, we are happy to be of assistance to Master Lin Xiu. The two replied in unison. Lin Xiu didn't expect that these two people would listen to Kagura so much. I guess it's because they're all police officers. It's normal for them to be extremely loyal to the royal family. So, the reason Kagura took Nakyaka Asami as her bodyguard was because she sensed her extraordinary spiritual power. Miyamoto Kuriko and Nakyaka Asami's faces flushed as they reached out and prepared to take off their uniforms. Just then, Lin Xiu called out to the two of them, etc. What's wrong, Lord Lin Xiu? Kagura tilted her head. Could it be that Lin Xiu was a little dissatisfied with her autocratic behavior? Could it be that Lin Xiu doesn't have that kind of intention towards Miyamoto Kuriko? Isn't that right? She had observed it many times. And she was sure that the way Lin Xiu looked at Miyamoto Kuriko was not as if she were an elder, but as if she were looking at someone of the opposite S*X. That's why she made the decision today. She chose to be Lin Xiu's black glove, helping Lin Xiu do things that were inconvenient for him to do in order to gain Lin Xiu's extra favor. Under Kagura's puzzled gaze, Lin Xiu slowly spoke. No, I mean, police uniforms and stuff like that. You don't have to take them off. Lin Xiu's words left the three of them silent for a long time. A few seconds later, Miyamoto Kuriko looked at the scissors that appeared in Lin Xiu's hand and swallowed hard. It turns out that Lin Xiu, whom she has seen grow up, actually has such a perverted side. Where does he want to cut with the scissors? Master Lin Xiu, you are really a pervert, Tilda. Kagura breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the idea of taking off her gorgeous princess dress. She was happy to satisfy her husband's little hobby. An hour later, after Kagura, Yo, and Nakyaka Asami fainted one after another, Miyamoto Kuriko reluctantly accepted Lin Xiu. After integrating into a large number of symbiotes, Kuriko Miyamoto's pupils turned slightly white, and her well-trained belly bulged slightly. Ding tilde. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Asami Nakyaka. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 7. Ding tilde. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Miyamoto Kuriko. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 8. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, collecting all the members of the Miyamoto family, Miyamoto Rei. Miyamoto Kuriko. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Fighting Instinct Blue. Battle Instinct Blue, as the name suggests. A powerful battle instinct that can help the host quickly use various combat and weapons, even without any training. The host's physical fighting instinct alone is enough to allow him to defeat a burly man with the strength of an ordinary person. Just considering the bonus in intuition, it even surpasses the intuition of level B. When Lin Xiu achieved the collection achievement, Kamuro Takashi could be said to be in extreme agony. Because he found that Lin Xiu seemed to be endless. At the beginning, it was just Kagura and his group. Later, Marikawa Shizuka Miyamoto, Rei Minami Rika, and other girls with different styles entered Lin Xiu's room. And they never came out again. When he saw Rie Miyamoto entering Lin Xiu's room, Takashi Kimuro almost couldn't help but rush out. However, he didn't expect that there would be someone bigger after Miyamoto Rei. His mother Ai Kamuro also entered Lin Xiu's room at the end. Under Kamuro Takashi's questioning gaze, Kamuro Ai took out a makeup mirror to check her makeup while adjusting her black stockings. Bang! As Kamuro Ai entered Lin Xiu's room, Kamuro Takashi could no longer bear it and rushed out. However, when he arrived at Lin Xiu's door, Kamuro Takashi was still stunned. What could he do? Just go in and interrupt. Even if he succeeds in interrupting this time, then. What about next time, now? Kimuro Takashi finally understood why Lin Xiu let him go. It turned out that it was his mother who protected him at the cost of herself. It turned out that Lin Xiu had changed his way of taking revenge on him. When he thought of Lin Xiu attacking his birthplace, Kimuro Takashi's mind was in a mess. He clenched his fingers tightly, and a trace of blood seeped out in the past 2 days. He ate Shido Koichi and a large number of zombies on the road, and has eaten himself to the level of an intermediate demon. Originally, he was planning to eat Hirano Toda. He could smell the scent on Hirano Toda's body and knew that eating him would be of great benefit to him. However, even after eating so many people, Kimuro Takashi did not dare to attack Lin Xiu in Gayacheng Mansion. By then not to mention Lin Xiu. Even awakened people like Gao Cheng Soakiro will attack him. Half an hour later, AI Kimuro let out a sweet cry and then fainted. Hearing the only sound coming out after Kimuro AI went in, Kimuro Takashi's eyes dimmed and he collapsed. The next day after breakfast, AI Kimuro still wanted to persuade Takashi Kimuro to go back and admit his mistake. This time, Kimuro Takashi had no intention of communicating with her. He just looked at her angrily and walked away. In Soakiro Takagi's office, after listening to Kimuro Takashi's report, Takagi Soakiro stood up directly. Kimuro-kun, can you guarantee the authenticity of the information you provided? The information provided by Kimuro Takashi was too explosive, and Takagi Soakiro had to treat it with caution. Yes, I can guarantee it. I am willing to use my life to guarantee the authenticity of this information. Kimuro Takashi replied firmly, "Okay, I understand. I'll find a way to verify it. Kimuro-kun, you can leave now." Takagi Soakiro put his hands behind his back and looked at the fountain in the mansion, his heart as turbulent as a tsunami. 10 minutes later, Soakiro Takagi informed Yuriko Takagi of the information. However, the two people who always had the same judgment showed differences at this time. "No, I don't agree with you doing this, Soakiro. In the face of a doomsday crisis, we should unite all the forces we can. Besides, we watched Lin Xiu-kun grow up under our watch. Even if the truth is, as what Kimuro-kun said, there is no need for us to act rashly." After hearing what Yuriko Takagi said, Soakiro Takagi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yuriko, are you sure it's not because he's the one your daughter has a crush on?" "What do you mean by your daughter?" "Soakiro, isn't Sei your daughter?" Takagi Yuriko replied sternly, "No. Who knows which wild man you and that little b****ch gave birth to? I've told you everything. I haven't had s*x with anyone. And I don't know how Seiya got pregnant out of nowhere. I already told you about this when you married into my family. And you accepted it. What's the point of bringing it up again now?" Yuriko Takagi was very sad. She didn't expect that Soakiro Takagi would specifically focus on her scars. "Did we agree on this when I married into your family?" Takagi Soakiro snorted coldly. The past was the past. The present is the present, no after the old man's death. I am the head of the Gayacheng family. The big families in Fuso have a tradition of letting outstanding men marry into the wife's family. Soakiro Takagi was the scapegoat found by the Takagi family after they discovered that Yuriko Takagi was pregnant. This kind of person who is willing to take the blame for other people's children is either extremely cowardly or extremely patient, preparing to explode in the future. Obviously, Soakiro Takagi belongs to the latter. "Soakiro, it turns out that you never intended to take responsibility for Seiya and me from the beginning." "That's right, from the very beginning. Your goal was to usurp the Takagi family, is that right?" "That's right, you be ***D, with tears in her eyes. Yuriko Takagi raised her submachine gun towards Soakiro Takagi. However, before she could make a move, a samurai sword appeared in front of Yuriko Takagi's neck. "Soakiro, Yuriko. You are no longer fit to participate in the next operation. Let's wait until you wake up before we discuss everything. Soakiro Takagi had no intention of killing Yuriko Takagi directly. At least, he didn't have that intention now. The chaotic times had just arrived, and he had not yet reached the point of breaking away from the Takagi family and establishing a power completely of his own. He wants to use the power and reputation of the Gaya Cheng family to build his own power. Lunchtime, today's lunch is still sumptuous. Even better than the welcoming banquet we held yesterday to welcome Kagura-ya. After eating and drinking, Gao Chengzong invited Lin Xiu and his party to go to the courtyard. Master Lin Xiu, I captured a high-level zombie today. To boost the morale of the Gaya Cheng residents, I plan to execute it in public. I wonder if you and His Highness Kagura have time to observe the event. Oh, Uncle Gaya Cheng has made such rapid progress that he can even capture a high-level zombie alive. Lin Xiu investigated Gaya Cheng Soakiro's strength. Intermediate demon. Takashiro Soakiro's strength has reached the level of an intermediate demon. No wonder he can capture high-level zombies alive. The guest follows the host's wishes. Uncle Gaya Cheng, please lead the way. Lin Xiu looked at Takashiro Soakiro deeply and said with a smile. 10 minutes later, in the Gaya Cheng family courtyard, there is a steel cage surrounded by several layers of special steel bars. Lin Xiu, Takagi Soakiro, and others were included, while the members of Takagi's residence were outside. Inside with Lin Xiu and the others was a high-level zombie imprisoned in a small cage. Seeing that most of the core members had arrived, Gao Chengzong shouted loudly, "Everyone! Today I'm going to show you one of the evolved species of zombies. The licker, although the licker cannot walk upright, it can use its strong limbs and sharp claws to flexibly climb walls or roofs. Due to their excellent jumping ability and swift movement speed, even weapons with rapid fire have difficulty hitting them accurately. When the zombie tide arrives, lickers are at the top of the list of those to deal with. This is because they have extremely strong charging capabilities and can break through our defenses at an astonishing speed. From now on, when you see this kind of zombie, you must report it immediately, Papa Tilda." After delivering his speech, Soakiro Takagi clapped his hands. The next second, the small electrified cage opened. The licker tried it out and found that he would not be electrocuted anymore. So he rushed out of the cage at an astonishing speed. Swoosh tilde. Takashiro Soakiro flashed past the licker like a ghost. And the next second, puff, the licker turned into pieces of red flesh and blood, and its body gradually disintegrated in the air. After killing the licker, Takagi Soakiro did not stop, but accelerated and rushed towards Lin Xiu and Kagura. Obviously, the purpose of setting up this iron cage was not to trap the licker, but to trap Lin Xiu, ding tilde. There was a sound of metal clashing. A pair of wings like black jade blocked Takagi Soakiro's samurai sword. Is that really the case? Looking at the black devil wings behind Lin Xiu, Gao Cheng Soakiro took a deep breath, superior. At a command, the door of the iron cage opened, and the awakened people who had been lying in ambush rushed in. Realizing that the visitor was up to no good, Kagura immediately shouted loudly, "Master Gaya Cheng, how dare you assassinate my husband? Back off." The senior executive Soakiro did not respond to Kagura's words, but instead looked at Lin Xiu with a very oppressive look. Lin Xiu put down the demon wings and looked at Gao Cheng Soakiro with a smile. Overall, Lin Xiu was still very satisfied with Takashiro Soakiro's actions. The reason why he didn't take action against Kimuro Takashi was to let Kimuro Takashi inform Takagi Soakiro. "Uncle Gaya Cheng, do you know what you're doing, Mr. Lin Xiu, I certainly know what I'm doing. I'm destroying the advanced zombies that have given birth to human intelligence." As he said that, Gao Chengzong gave Lin Xiu another knife. Unfortunately, it was easily deflected by Lin Xiu. Did everyone see that? This man named Lin Xiu has mutated into some kind of zombie-like creature. Even His Highness Kagura was bewitched by him. Eliminate the advanced zombies disguised as humans. Rescue Her Highness Kagura now. Takagi Soakairo's words fully demonstrate the ancient tradition of the lower classes overthrowing the higher classes in Japan. As long as it is said that the monarch has been bewitched by a villain, he can rebel with justification throughout history. There are too many cases where people claim to be defending the king but actually started a rebellion. As really? You're going to defeat the high-level zombies tilde. Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. Superior. At a command from Soakairo Takashiro, the awakened ones who surrounded Lin Xiu attacked him at the same time. Boost. After using the Red Dragon Emperor's Cage to increase his strength to the intermediate demon level, Lin Xiu took a deep breath. The Leviathan origin in the body was activated, and the extremely pure Leviathan magic burst out, wrapping around Lin Xiu's body and sword. True water-breathing 7th form, Shizuku Ripple Strike. Shizuku Ripple Strike is the fastest stabbing technique among all the sword techniques of water breathing. Lin Xiu's water knife slashed at an angle, drawing a curve made of water flow in the field. Every time it touches an enemy, a blood flower blooms. Just like ripples on the surface of water, one knife. With just one strike, Lin Xiu eliminated 1/3 of the attacking enemies. Lin Xiu felt it was a waste to use the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet against an awakened being whose strength had just reached the lower demon level. But there is no other way when facing ignorant people. Only the most primitive violence can teach them the principle of the survival of the fittest. True water breathing, Type 4 Strike Tide. Lin Xiu's arms swung back and forth like the tide. The water kept flowing and the knife light kept flashing. Every time the knife flashes, a splash of blood will appear in the cage. Every streak of blood represents the passing of a life. After just a dozen seconds, Takagi Soakairo was the only one besieging him at this time. Takashiro Soakairo's fine steel sword had been broken, and part of his calf was cut off during the fight with Lin Xiu. He could only sit there. No, is this a zombie? Even if Lin Xiu evolved before other advanced zombies, he wouldn't be this strong, right? According to his speculation, humans should have started evolving at the same time as zombies. He was one of the first awakeners to break through to the second stage of evolution. Logically speaking, as a second stage awakener with a bunch of first stage awakeners, he should be able to easily defeat Lin Xiu. How? How could this happen? Standing in front of the stunned Soakairo Takashiro, Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Uncle Gaecheng, I will take care of your wife and daughter. Go with peace of mind. In fact, Lin Xiu still felt sorry for Takagi Soakairo, who didn't even get to eat a bite of meat. Unfortunately, his ambition was too big, and he even wanted to attack him. So he had no choice but to send him away on the spot. As soon as Takagi Soakairo opened his mouth, a white light flashed across his throat. So many things happened in half a minute. It was not until Soakairo Takagi died on the spot that the crowd gradually became noisy. Kagura, the rest is up to you. Lin Xiu didn't like to clean up messes unless necessary. He trained Takagi Seiya and Kagura to make things easier for himself. Yes, my lord husband. You guys should be familiar with the operations of Gaecheng Mansion. Right. Kagura looked at the few awakened ones who did not attack Lin Xiu, although he would have to replace them with his own people sooner or later. Considering the need to maintain the stability of Gaecheng Mansion, it would be better to promote some of the original staff first. The other side. A few minutes later, in Yuriko Takagi's room, Seiya Takagi wakes up the unconscious Yuriko Takagi. Seiya, why are you here? Could it be that Soakairo has already taken action? Takagi Yuriko asked anxiously. Well, he did do it. As for the result, Mother, you can go to the balcony and see for yourself. Takagi Seiya replied calmly. Half a minute later, on the balcony, Yuriko Takagi looked at the bloodstains on the ground and watched Soakairo Takagi's body being carried away, and sighed with mixed feelings. Next to Yuriko Takagi, Seiya Takagi handed her a bottle of champagne and a champagne knife to open the champagne. Mother, that man named Soakiro is dead. Shouldn't you open a bottle of champagne to celebrate? Seiya, as Soakiro's daughter, how can you say such things? Takagi Yuriko turned around and wanted to scold her daughter for her rebellious behavior. However, she met Takagi Seiya's unwavering gaze. Really? Mother, are you sure this is the truth? Am I really his daughter? Facing Takagi Seiya's question, Takagi Yuriko remained silent for a full half-minute before she opened her red lips again. Seiya, you already know? Yes. Takagi Seiya nodded calmly. When did you find out? When I was in high school. I thought his movements were strange. And he didn't seem very affectionate with you, Mother. So I bought a hidden camera and installed it in his room. Then, I saw him taking the man back to his room. Seiya Takaga's situation is different from Rei Miyamoto's. Miyamoto Rei only learned and accepted this reality after Miyamoto Kuriko and Lin Xiu established a real relationship. And she had known the truth about Soakiro Takagi a long time ago. Yuriko Takagi was silent, not knowing how to respond to Seiya Takagi. Seiya Takagi shook her head, smiled with relief, and raised the champagne knife in her hand. So, Mother, would you like a drink? Bo tilde. Squeak, squeak, squeak tilde. The champagne knife cut across the mouth of the champagne bottle. The cork flew out and bubbles splashed out, spraying all over the ground. Yuriko Takagi took the champagne glass and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Yuriko Takagi drink the drugged wine, Seiya Takagi smiled happily. Yuriko Takagi noticed Sayana Takagi's slightly weird smile and immediately felt a strong sense of sleepiness. Mother, Seiya will make you happy. Seiya Takagi leaned close to Yuriko Takagi and whispered in her ear. Seiya, you, before Takagi Yuriko could say anything. She fell into Takagi Seiya's arms. Lin Xiu's killing of Takagi Soakiro on the spot caused a huge response in Takagi's residence. Among them, the one who reacted most strongly was Takashi Kimuro. Takashi Kimuro has been watching from a high place, ready to witness with his own eyes the scene of Soakiro Takashiro killing Lin Xiu. Unfortunately miscalculated, and Takashiro Soakiro was easily killed by Lin Xiu like killing a chicken. In this regard, Takashi Kimuro could only run away while cursing Soakiro Takagi as a waste. That's right, run away. Takashi Kimuro realized that he absolutely could not stay in the Takagi mansion any longer. His strength is only comparable to that of Soakiro Takagi. Soakiro Takagi was defeated in seconds, and the same situation would happen if he were to take his place. If it is discovered that he was the one who leaked the information to Soakiro Takagi, he would be in great danger, even if AI Kimuro pleaded for him. Besides, he also didn't want Kimuro AI, who was enjoying herself under Lin Xiu's crotch, to plead for him after comprehensive consideration. Kimuro Takashi made a decision. Lin Xiu, tonight I will make you pay the price. Takashi Kimuro hid in the cellar to avoid contact with everyone. As night fell, Kimuro Takashi finally showed his fangs. Taking advantage of the dead of night, Kimuro Takashi came to the place where the bodies of Takagi Soakiro and others were buried. What a nice smell, I can feel it. The power that will allow me to evolve is right here. The reason why Takashi Kimuro came to Takaga's house is because Takaga's house is the place with the most awakened people in Beiju City. And eating the awakener can make the zombies even stronger. Lin Xiu, you didn't expect that all the awakened ones you killed would become my food. Soon, Kimuro Takashi dug up a grave and started feasting. The other side, on Yuriko Takagi's side. When Yuriko Takagi woke up again, it was already night. After hearing a girl's sweet voice, Takagi Yuriko opened her eyes in confusion. Why did she feel that this voice was so familiar? Yuriko Takagi looked in the direction of the sound in a daze. Then, she saw Takagi Seiya with her twin ponytails held by Lin Xiu. Seiya Takagi is like a horse with reins held by its twin ponytails. When the reins are pulled back, you can see her white neck raised and her crystal jade toes clasped in white stockings. Seeing Takagi Seiya with her eyes slightly rolled up, but still actively turning her back to kiss Lin Xiu, Takagi Yuriko swallowed her saliva. She had never expected that her daughter, who she always thought was a proud and spoiled girl, would be so proactive and bold. It's fine if he did it alone. But he actually brought her along. How audacious. In reality, even if Takagi Seiya was bold, she wouldn't have made up her mind so quickly. Miyamoto Kuriko and Miyamoto Rei were half-heartedly agreeing to the deal, having already made up their minds. But Takagi Seiya really made the decision on her own initiative. Today, Takagi Seiya learned a lot of information from Kaguya. After comprehensive consideration, she finally made up her mind to bring Takagi Yuriko in as well. To be honest, she didn't have much confidence in herself. Although she thought she was pretty, she was still no match for others. Facing the extremely lethal combination of Miyamoto Rei and Miyamoto Kuriko, Minami Rika and Marikawa Shizuka, she must develop a stronger fighting style. Yuriko Takagi is a member of her strong team, anyway. There is no affection between her and Soakiro Takagi. In addition, with the testimony of Kaguya, Takagi Seiya also learned that Takagi Yuriko, like Miyamoto Kirikawa's, born with a natural pregnancy. Takagi Yuriko not only suffered long-term contempt and discrimination, but also never got her own happiness as a daughter. Seiya Takagi felt that she had to do something for Yuriko Takagi. So she put drugs in Yuriko Takagi's wine. Noticing that Takagi Yuriko had woken up, Takagi Seiya looked at her in confusion, and then said something to Lin Xiu behind her. A few seconds later, Takagi Yuriko looked at Lin Xiu and Takagi Seiya walking towards her. And for the first time she panicked, however. Before she could say anything, her body reacted before her and took the initiative to meet him. What Seiya Takagi gave her was not just sleeping pills. Aunt Takagi, actually. I have always liked you. Lin Xiu leaned close to Takagi Yuriko's ear and whispered. Perhaps you don't know why you're pregnant, actually. It's all because of me, my future self to some extent. Interfered with the direction of the world, as she spoke. Lin Xiu touched Takashiro Yuriko's red cheongsam and touched her charming long legs. So, it's you. Yuriko Takagi opened her beautiful eyes slightly. She had thought that she might have been chosen by God. She had also thought that she might have gotten pregnant in the swimming pool by chance. But she never imagined that all this was because of Lin Xiu. Yuriko Takagi was silent for more than 10 seconds, and then showed amazing enthusiasm and initiative. Lin Xiu's words made Takashiro Yuriko completely determined. Since it was you, Lin Xiu-jun, who was responsible, I have no choice but to let you take the responsibility. As she spoke, Takagi Yuriko took the initiative to put her arms around Lin Xiu's neck and kissed her with her fragrant red lips. At the same time, her long legs were wrapped around Lin Xiu's waist. However, what replaces it is endless possibilities. Any Holy Sword-type weapon can be absorbed by the Holy Sword prototype. After absorbing enough Holy Swords, the Holy Sword prototype will evolve accordingly. Although it is only purple at this stage, the prototype of the Holy Sword has endless possibilities. It can continuously evolve and improve its quality by absorbing Holy Swords. Finally, I have a weapon that I like. Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. This was the result of his 2 hours of hard work. As for Seiya Takagi, it's easier to deal with her. She has always had a high favorability towards Lin Xiu, and the conditions for the capture of her were met as soon as she established an actual relationship with Lin Xiu. There are some problems with Takagi Yuriko. Although she likes Lin Xiu very much, that is the love of an elder for a younger person. She lost her virginity to Lin Xiu only because of her own self-abandonment. It took Lin Xiu 2 full hours to change Takashiro Yuriko's feelings for him from that of an elder for a younger person to that of a man and a woman. Late at night, Yuriko Takagi woke up. There was no way. She slept too much today and couldn't sleep at night. In the morning, she was knocked unconscious by Soakiro Takagi. In the afternoon, she was drugged by Seiya Takagi. At night, she was knocked unconscious by Lin Xiu again. If she hadn't expended a lot of energy with Lin Xiu at night, she probably wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight. Xiu-kun, you're really cute, Tilda. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was sleeping with her in his arms like a little child. Takagi Yuriko showed a maternal smile as she watched. Yuriko Takagi looked at Seiya Takagi, who was holding Lin Xiu on the other side. Unlike Yuriko Takagi, who slept soundly, Seiya Takagi slept very soundly. Seiya, I didn't expect you to be so bold as to cheat me. You are really getting more and more rebellious. Takagi Yuriko decided that, if she found the chance in the future, she would definitely cheat me back. By the way, is Seiya's choice indeed Lin Xiu-kun? That's right. Lin Xiu-kun has always been a reliable boy since he was young. Feeling Lin Xiu still soaking in her body, Takagi Yuriko felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and security. Lin Xiu said that the reason she became pregnant was because he interfered with the world line. In other words, Lin Xiu must have lived into the future. And the future Lin Xiu must be very powerful. Just knowing this, Yuriko Takagi felt an incomparable sense of security. After thinking for a while, Takashiro Yuriko slowly moved Lin Xiu's head to her chest and closed her eyes. She really liked the feeling of being snuggled up by Lin Xiu. And she even preferred to keep in contact with Lin Xiu so that she could better feel Lin Xiu's rhythm. Holding Lin Xiu, Takagi Yuriko's consciousness gradually became blurred. Just then, there was a loud noise outside the window. Xiu-kun, something seems to have happened. As soon as Takashiro, Yuriko turned her head to look at Lin Xiu. She saw Lin Xiu's bright eyes, bow tilde the next second. Lin Xiu pulled himself out of Takagi Yuriko's body, stretched out his hand to the side, and a holy sword shining with sacred light instantly appeared. A powerful enemy is coming, Yuriko. Take Seiya and seek refuge first, I will go and meet it. Well, Lin Xiu-jun, you must be careful. Lin Xiu quickly dodged, and Takashiro Yuriko quickly woke up her still sleeping daughter. At this time, the non-core area outside the courtyard of Gayacheng Mansion, a giant zombie over 12 feet 3.6 meters tall is frantically gnawing on corpses in a cemetery. What he was gnawing on were not the corpses of ordinary people, but the corpses of the dozen or so awakened ones who were killed this morning. As it gnawed on the corpse of the awakened one, the giant zombie's already huge body continued to grow larger, and soon exceeded 4.5 meters feet. Outside the cemetery, Kagura Ya and Busujima Siko were the first to arrive. MS. Busujima Siko. This is the special zombie the patrol discovered. I'm counting on you, Kagura frowned fiercely. Because before they arrived, most of the patrol personnel on the outer wall and the destination had been killed. You know, there are several awakened people among the outer wall patrol members. Okay, I understand. Leave it to me, Tilda. I will hold on until Lin Xiu-jun arrives. Behind the giant zombie, Busujima Siko pulled out the slime sword. Although she has not yet absorbed the demon chess piece, her strength has reached the intermediate demon level. Just like Takagi Soakairo, however even so, Busujima Siko felt that she was no match for the giant zombie in front of her. After devouring the protagonist and a large number of awakened corpses, the giant zombie's strength has reached the peak of an intermediate demon. And it's still climbing. Draw the sword and cut. Busujima Siko suddenly exerted force with her legs, leaving a shadow on the spot, and suddenly rushed towards the giant zombie. However, ding, tilde a clear and distant crashing sound. The giant zombie used its muscles to catch Busujima Siko's knife, but it made a sound like metal collision at this moment. The aura of the giant zombie became even stronger. Superior demon. After devouring a large number of awakened people, as well as eating Koichi Shido Toda Haran and Soakairo Takagi, the giant zombie finally broke through to the upper demon level. With one kick, the giant zombie just kicked casually to the side, bang. Under the terrifying force, Busujima Siko was instantly knocked away, and layers of spider-like cracks were created on the wall. Puff, even with the slime symbiote's cushioning. Busujima Siko couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ahem, tilde, Busujima Siko struggled to stand up. But before she could react, the giant zombie was already in front of her. At the critical moment, several water bullets flew in front of her. Leviathan-style, water explosion, bang 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 bang. Several water bombs exploded in succession. The huge impact force repelled the giant zombie. Busujima Siko looked behind her and saw the familiar boy. In the sky, Lin Xiu spread his demon wings, revealing the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand even. Drew out the prototype of the Holy Sword. A superior demon tilde tilde tilde. He finally met an opponent worthy of his serious attention. However, looking at the appearance of this zombie, why does it look so much like the legendary Death Tyrant? The Death Tyrants were an offshoot of the Tyrant Project, where subjects were enhanced to develop superhuman strength and agility after being exposed to the Epsilon strain. This Super Tyrant mutation increases the Death Tyrant's height to over 12 feet and develops powerful muscles. In a military experiment set in the Resident Evil universe, the Death Tyrant demonstrated terrifying resistance to small arms fire and astonishing speed, capable of single-handedly taking on entire armies. From the looks of it, this Death Tyrant doesn't have the disadvantage of an exposed heart. I just don't know if it has the disadvantage of being afraid of electric shocks. Wait, why is its soul so strong? Lin Xiu frowned and used the initial ability space to exchange for his remaining abilities. With the support of the data eye, Lin Xiu finally got the detailed information of the Death Tyrant. Damn, so Kamuro Takashi ate so many people. I mean, how come his soul strength is so high? But just saying that doesn't give you the right to bark at me. As Lin Xiu raised the holy sword, the system prompt sounded in his ears, bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Mission level, blue. Mission description, after being killed, Kamuro Takashi turned into a zombie. However, due to his status as the protagonist, his intelligence did not completely dissipate. Instead, he began to actively devour various beings that had an evolutionary effect on him. After absorbing Shido Koichi and Hirano Toda, Kamuro Takashi has become the most intelligent and highest-ranking zombie in the apocalypse world. If he is not killed now, he may eventually become a terrifying existence at the highest level of demon. Quest requirements: kill the evolved Death Tyrant. If I don't kill him in time, he might become the highest level demon. Lin Xiu really hoped that it would show its strength of the highest level demon right now. Because in this way, he would probably trigger a purple level task. Although the world of Apocalypse is easy, the levels of the triggered tasks are not high, so it can only be said that there are gains and losses. Let's make a quick decision. After several doublings, Lin Xiu's strength also rose to the peak of the intermediate demon. Taking out the prototype of the Holy Sword, Lin Xiu took a deep breath. Leviathan's magic power continued to flow, forming several water dragons on Lin Xiu's sword and around him. Lin Xiu's body was surrounded by water like a water dragon, and he quickly approached the Death Tyrant in the air. Spinning and tumbling, with each rotation, the water dragon's flow rate becomes faster, and the aura around Lin Xiu becomes stronger. True breathing of water pickup form flowing everlastingly. Call out. Several water dragons and Lin Xiu attacked the Death Tyrant at the same time. With the Holy Sword's sharpness and sacred attributes, Lin Xiu easily cut off the Death Tyrant's right hand. Blood splattered and red and black blood exploded. But this is just the beginning. Several water dragons rushed directly into the blood vessels of the Death Tyrant along the cut blood vessels. Leviathan-style, water explosion. Bang 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 bang, tilde. There were several explosions in succession, and several water dragons continued to explode after drilling deep into the blood vessels. The Death Tyrant instantly lost the ability to move. While watching the anime, Lin Xiu was impressed by the way the Demon King Lucifer meticulously controlled his destructive magic power to eliminate the Snake of Orpheus. therefore also conducted special training in this area. Originally, Lin Xiu's fine controllability was still a little awkward. But after obtaining the talent of combat instinct, Lin Xiu quickly mastered it. This kind of delicate manipulation can produce unimaginable results when dealing with a giant without magic power like the Death Tyrant. But Lin Xiu looked behind him. Even though his heart had exploded, the Death Tyrant hadn't died. He was even recovering at an astonishing speed. Immortality, that's really troublesome. Boost. Another doubling. Lin Xiu's strength rose to the upper demon level. In that case, how about trying this trick? True breathing of water pickup form flowing everlastingly. Lin Xiu did the same thing again, cutting off the Death Tyrant's left arm and right leg at the same time. But this time, Lin Xiu did not control the water dragon to explode. Several water dragons drilled into the Death Tyrant's body and blocked his blood vessels. And then there's this. Lin Xiu raised his hands high and gathered a dark purple sphere. Leviathan flow, dissolving tide. A dark purple sphere was shot out, wrapping the body of the Death Tyrant. The tide of dissolution is an advanced technique recorded in the Leviathan technique. It can only be used when one's strength reaches that of a superior demon. It possesses amazing dissolving and digesting powers. After being wrapped in the dark purple sphere, the Death Tyrant's recovery ability and the dissolving ability of the dissolving tide formed a kind of dynamic balance. It seems that the Death Tyrant has lost his ability to move, and the dissolving tide can no longer do anything to him. Unfortunately, that was the situation when Lin Xiu's power was just surpassed by this superior demon. Boost, boost, boost. Half a minute later, under the second wave of dissolution launched by Lin Xiu, most of the Death Tyrant was easily dissolved. Bye-bye. Holding the holy sword high, the sacred light continued to gather. When the light condensed to the extreme, a golden light cannon burst out curry stick. Although Lin Xiu's holy sword is not Aintz's curry stick, Lin Xiu still named it in such a childish way. Under the divine light, the body of the Death Tyrant was finally completely destroyed. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission. Quest requirements: kill the evolved Death Tyrant. Mission level: blue bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward: physical enhancement, blue. Physical enhancement: 1 chance to enhance physical fitness. Even the most basic mortal body can gain the strength of a peak lower-level demon after physical enhancement. If the host's own strength surpasses that of a mortal, the increase won't be as terrifying, but it will still be quite noticeable. As the physique strengthening took effect, Lin Xiu's strength instantly broke through the boundaries of the lower-level demons. At this moment, his true strength has reached the level of a genuine intermediate demon. A mid-level, demon-level, god-destroying tool user can already kill everyone within the range of the highest-level demons. If you risk your life, a fight with the Demon King is not impossible. I am. After waking up, Busujima Siko looked at Lin Xiu, who was holding her, and asked in a daze. Bushima Senpyu just fainted due to internal bleeding. But don't worry, you're fine now. So, the high-level zombie just now has already. Yes, I have destroyed it, thanks to you, senior dude. For holding it back, I was able to arrive in time. Lin Xiu replied, hearing Lin Xiu addressing her. Busujima Siko's eyes dimmed for a moment. Bushima Senpai, Lin Xiu-kun. Now that things have come to this, can you tell me that you call Miyamoto-sen Rei? Call school Dr. Ju Chuan Shizuka. But call me Busujima Senpai, because they all have established substantial relationships with you. But I haven't, Busujima Siko gave the answer directly. That's about it, Lin Xiu nodded. Judging from what my classmates have said about me, I should be pretty good-looking. Why don't you take action against me, Lin Xiu-jun? Busujima Siko asked curiously. Siko, the reason why I haven't attacked you is because I believe that we will be together sooner or later. Lin Xiu changed her address at the right time. Since we're going to be together sooner or later, Why bother with the present moment? It's better to let the relationship develop naturally. Busujima Siko was very satisfied with Lin Xiu's answer. Is it because we will end up together sooner or later? Taking a deep breath, Busujima Siko smiled sweetly. Mr. Lin Xiu, I wonder if I would be lucky enough to bear your last name. Faced with the girl's euphemistic confession, full of ancient style, and seeing Busujima Siko showing her rare girlish charm, Lin Xiu came forward and answered Busujima Siko's questions with facts. Yes, I'm honored, as he spoke. Lin Xiu took the initiative to kiss Busujima Siko's beautiful red lips. Feeling Lin Xiu's warmth closely. Busujima Siko first subconsciously shrank her neck. However, after she came to her senses, she took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu's neck and began to occupy the territory in Lin Xiu's mouth. Ding tilde. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Siko Busujima. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 11. As they kissed, Lin Xiu raised her eyebrows. Oh my goodness. Before he even picked up his gun and went into battle, he heard the notification sound that Busujima Siko had been captured. The system had long told him that physical contact wasn't a prerequisite for capturing the heroine. However, when faced with this situation, Lin Xiu was still moved. Is establishing a relationship or something just a catalyst to speed up the conquest? Lin Xiu raised his head and looked at Busujima Siko with an unprecedented possessiveness. The beautiful Yamato Neidshiko senior girl who looks bloodthirsty, but is actually extremely pure, is truly lovable. Kagura, the rest is up to you, in Lin Xiu's room. Lin Xiu took out a queen chess piece and looked at Busujima Siko, who was holding her waist with one hand. Originally, he planned to give Busujima Siko a knight chess piece. However, considering that Busujima Siko was the first one to meet the conditions for capture before having physical relations with him, Lin Xiu gave up his queen chess piece without hesitation. Senior Siko, are you willing to accept my chess piece and become a demon? Lin Xiu asked, well, Xiujun, I am willing to give birth to your child at any time. Busujima Siko answered the question irrelevantly. Lin Xiu tilted his head. Why didn't Busujima Siko's answer match his question? However, considering that Busujima Siko's answer actually answered his question in a sense, Lin Xiu had no intention of asking again, just like that. Busujima Siko's body was wrapped in blood-colored energy, and she sank down while accepting the queen chess piece. As the symbiote continued to penetrate deeper, the purple and white kimono worn by Busujima Siko began to wrinkle. The demure Yamato Neidshiko slightly opened her red lips. Her eyes slightly rolled up and revealed a slightly foolish smile. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, collecting all the worlds of Apocalypse. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. One chance for universal bloodline evolution, purple. Bite. Congratulations to the host for raising the quality of the pureblood Leviathan bloodline to purple. Pureblood Leviathan bloodline purple, briefly described. With the pure-blooded demon blood of purple quality, one can become a top-level demon as long as he practices normally. When his potential is developed to the limit, even the super demon king level is not a dream. In terms of bloodline strength, the host is almost the same as the second-generation Leviathan. But in terms of bloodline purity, the host has already surpassed the second-generation Leviathan. Congratulations to the host for raising the quality of the succubus bloodline to blue. Succubus bloodline blue, top-tier succubus bloodline, significantly increasing attraction to the opposite S*X. If the opposite S*X already has a favorable impression of the bloodline holder, this will significantly increase their favorability. The next day, after killing Takagi Soakairo and the Death Tyrant, Lin Xiu and others successfully took over the Takagi Mansion and promoted the merger of the Takagi Mansion and the Bed Master City shelter. After 5 days in the dungeon world, Lin Xiu went back to the DxD world. Because the dungeon world can only be opened for 12 hours a day, if the time is adjusted to 10 times the speed, Lin Xiu can only come to the dungeon world for 5 days at a time. Fortunately, Lin Xiu was able to slow down the time after returning. So in the eyes of Takagi-saya and others, Lin Xiu came back after just over 2 hours. In this way, Lin Xiu studied and lived in the DxD world during the day, and killed zombies in the apocalypse world at night. And his time passed extremely fulfillingly. The world of apocalypse, 15 days later. Lin Xiu's strength had risen to the peak level of an intermediate demon, and the number of zombies he had killed had reached 1 million. Ding tilde. Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage, Stage 3, kill 1 million zombies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Immortality, purple. Immortality, purple. The immortality is as strong as that of a second-generation vampire, even if the head and heart are exploded. The combat capability can be maintained. Note, not afraid of any sacred objects. In addition to killing zombies, Lin Xiu also reincarnated all the heroines in the apocalypse world into demons. Lin Xiu already had a set of chess pieces as a system reward, plus the set rewarded from the underworld. Lin Xiu had a total of 30 chess pieces. 30 devil chess pieces are enough for Lin Xiu to reincarnate the heroine of the apocalypse world and his personal guards. Miyamoto Rei and her group are the heroines of the world of apocalypse, with the dual bonuses of world mutation and devil chess pieces. They have also made rapid progress. When Lin Xiu returned to the DxD world 15 days later, most of them had reached the intermediate demon level, and their talents were also well developed. Busujima Siko, Queen, high-level intermediate peak. Innate ability, sword dance. Ability description, gain amazing bonuses when using handheld melee weapons such as swords. Combined with innate talent, you can be said to be invincible in melee combat at the same level. Takagi-saya, Bishop, beginner intermediate demon. Innate ability, battlefield evolution. Ability summary, able to conduct battlefield simulations with astonishing computing power. If enough information is obtained, it can even predict the future. Miyamoto Rei, Knight, mid-level demon. Innate ability, heavenly spearmanship. Ability description, Tiandao spearmanship. Tiandao proxy. Gain significant bonuses when using spear weapons, making it easy to defeat the strong with the weak. Shizuka Murakawa, Bishop, beginner intermediate demon. Innate ability, healing field. Ability description, you can throw out a healing field at will. Friendly units within the healing field will be healed, and enemy units will be subject to certain restrictions. Minami Rika, Bishop, high-level intermediate demon. Talented ability, Dream Bullet. Ability description, items with various attributes including magic. Firestorm mech can be made into bullets and fired out. Ranged ability bonus, which provides a huge bonus when using flying props and various ranged abilities. Yuriko Takagi, Chariot intermediate level demon. Talented ability, Fantasy Beast modeling. Ability description, can transform inanimate objects into phantom beasts under one's control. The strength of the phantom beasts is determined by their own strength and the quality of the transformed items. Miyamoto Kuriko, Knight, intermediate level demon. Kamuro AI, Knight, beginner intermediate demon. Siri Alice, Knight, lower level demon peak. After 15 days passed in the apocalypse world and 3 days passed in the DxD world, Lin Xiu, in addition to killing zombies in the apocalypse world, put his focus back on the DxD world because, according to the agreement between him and Sona, he will meet with Sona tomorrow. Kang Na will most likely break off the engagement with him tomorrow, before returning to the DxD world. For those readers who skipped ahead, I'll list the rewards the protagonist received after entering the apocalypse world. From low level to high level. Apocalyptic all-terrain armored vehicle, green, omitted. Evil protagonist's speech, green. During a speech, the audience will be affected by the host's emotions, and thus more likely to accept the content of the speech. The more excited the speech, louder the voice, and the more confident the demeanor, the higher the recognition. Battle instinct, blue, a natural-born fighter, proficient in various combat techniques. Once acquired, you will gain B+ level intuition. Succubus bloodline, blue, a succubus bloodline that has advanced further than before the time travel. Pure blood Leviathan bloodline, purple, a pure blood demon bloodline that is one step further than before the time travel. Holy sword prototype, purple, a powerful sword-shaped item that can absorb other holy swords and has the ability to evolve infinitely. Immortality, purple, powerful immortality comparable to that of a second-generation vampire. Even if the head and heart are blown off, the player can still maintain combat effectiveness. Note, unlike vampires, the player is not afraid of divine attributes. Pictured as Asia these past few days. Aside from going to the apocalypse world to kill zombies at night, Lin Xiu's life in the DxD world has been pretty regular. Before going to school, Lin Xiu accidentally met Kuryu Eika at the doorstep of her house. The two exchanged glances, quickly understanding each other's intentions and engaging in combat on the spot. Kuryu Lanhua took the initiative to kneel in front of Lin Xiu and unbuckled Lin Xiu's belt. When he was in school, Lin Xiu studied and practiced at the same time as before. The Book of Leviathan, given to him by Gurifia, contains many powerful spells suitable for him. In addition, Lin Xiu also discovered that many of the spells in the Book of Leviathan can be used in conjunction with the true water-breathing method. After a slight improvement, both can become more powerful than before. After school, Lin Xiu met Amano Yuuma on the overpass. In the past few days, the situation has gradually become that after Lin Xiu kissed Amano Yuuma, Amano Yuuma, although shy, would respond to him. Even after being kissed, Amano Yuuma would invite Lin Xiu out on a date. After the date with Yuuma Amano, the sun had already set completely. Just then, Kuryu Eika called him. Lin Xiu-jun, can you come over here? What's wrong? Lanhua, are you in trouble? Given that the relationship between the two was already quite close, Lin Xiu changed the way he addressed Kuryu Lanhua to the more intimate Lanhua. In Lin Xiu's mind, am I the kind of woman who will only cause you trouble? Kuryu Lanhua was a little unhappy. It's my family tilde, Lin Xiu-jun. Didn't you say you were looking for a follower with special abilities? After school today I've been wandering around Juwang Town, using my eyes that can see through reality to help you find talent. And guess what? I actually found a talented person who no one else wanted. Her name is Asia. Asia, okay, I get it. I'll be right over, although he had just returned home. Lin Xiu didn't have time to rest and went out again immediately. Tilde, from what Lin Xiu said, you seem to know this Asia. Kuryu Eika was very curious. I know him, but I don't know him either. You can think of me as possessing some kind of revelation ability, able to obtain some intelligence through channels unknown to you. I learned the name Asia through my ability of revelation. Akyake tilde anyway, Asia, and I are waiting for you at my house. So come over quickly tilde, secretly. I've persuaded you to give up your job and work for you. Lin Xiu-kun. Lin Xiu hadn't expected Kuryu Lanhua to be so capable and to have done the job he had prepared. Doesn't this make him, as a king, look stupid? Okay, I'll be right there. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu arrived at the door of Kuryu Lanhua's house. Looking inside from the door, Lin Xiu found Kuryu Eika at a glance, opposite Kuryu Eika. A beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes was happily chatting with her. This beautiful blonde girl is Asia Aldgate. Asia Aldeteth, former saint of the church. is the user of the powerful healing artifact, Smile of the Virgin Mary. In the original plot, she was exiled by the church because she could heal the devil's injuries. The fallen angel Linali stationed in Juwang Town expressed her willingness to accept Asia. So Asia traveled thousands of miles to Juwang Town. Lina Li can do this kind of thing, and Lin Xiu can do it too. As long as you give him a place to stay, you can get the loyalty of the top healing artifact user. This kind of lantern is hard to find even if you are looking for good things. Hey Tilda, Lin Xiu Jun here. Kuryu Lanhua stood up and asked Lin Xiu to sit down. Asia, this is the superior demon I told you about, Lin Xiu. After Lin Xiu sat down, Kuryu Aka introduced him with a subtle expression. Yes. Please MS Kuryu. Asia was very reserved and immediately lowered her head respectfully after Kuryu Aka finished speaking. Hello, Mr. Devil, my name is Asia Aldet. I'm grateful to MS Kuryu for taking care of me. I hope to work for you. Asia lowered her head and closed her eyes, introducing herself awkwardly. Don't be so formal, just call me Lin Xiu, can I ask? What did Lan Hua say to you that prompted you to make up your mind to work for me? Lin Xiu took a sip of coffee and asked with a smile, MS. Kuryu said that the demon clan has set their sights on the fallen angels in Ku Town and will soon dispatch personnel to eliminate them. For my own safety, it would be best to find someone who can protect me long-term. I see. Lin Xiu discovered that Kuryu Lanhua was quite good at fooling people. Of course, in reality, it's not true that Kuryu Aka is misleading. Whether in the original story or now, the Fallen Angels organization in Ku Town is destined to not exist for long. Lan Hua is right. The Fallen Angel organization in Juwang Town won't exist for much longer. Asia, you really should make plans early, to be honest. I really need your powerful healing ability, Asia, which can even heal demons. If you'd like, you'd be welcome to work for me. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took out a bishop chess piece. Can I ask what kind of work, mister? Lin Xiu intends to assign me, although Asia was naive. She was not yet at the point of accepting the chess piece directly. Mainly responsible for cooking for me and treating my dependents. As for the salary, including various benefits and basic salary, it's roughly this amount. Lin Xiu handed over a contract. The underworld was quite generous, giving him a lot of assets and cultivation resources while giving him the identity of a pure-blooded demon. Therefore, Lin Xiu had enough capital to support his family. 2 million yen a month. Is it really okay to pay me that much? Asia had always lived a poor life in the church and was somewhat frightened by the extremely high salary offered by Lin Xiu. Of course, no problem. The demon clan values contracts above all else. I'm willing to pay this price because you, Asia, are worthy of it. Of course, if you think it's too much, you can give some to Lan Hua. After all, if it weren't for her, you wouldn't have gotten this job, Lin Xiu explained. I see, Tilda. Lin Xiu's fair trade attitude gave Asia great comfort. Working hard and being self-sufficient is what she has always hoped for. Okay, I understand, then. Please take good care of me from now on, Asia said, extending her hand towards the contract. As Asia is about to sign the contract, bang, Tilda. The door of Kuryu Aka's house was suddenly blown open, and a young man in luxurious clothes rushed in. Asia, don't sign a contract with him. If Asia wants to become a demon, I'm willing to be your king and protect you forever. As soon as he broke into the door, the devilish young man with a feminine temperament said something like a confession. While saying something that sounded like a confession, the feminine young man walked towards Asia. When he walked in front of Asia, Asia also recognized his identity. You are, Mr. Theodora. Asia was pleasantly surprised. It was such a joy to meet someone she knew in a foreign country. Yes, it's me, Theodora. Asia, I'm the demon whose injuries you treated. It's so great to see you again. The feminine young man smiled gently, looking both relieved and moved. Come to think of it, I haven't told Asia my full name yet, right? Actually, my full name is Theodora Staruth. Like him, I'm a high-ranking demon in the underworld. Asia, since you've decided to become a demon, why not become my servant? It's better for Asia to become my familiar than to be a demon I don't know. In front of Lin Xiu, Theodora started to poach people. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's hands were filled with pure Leviathan magic. Hey Theodora, I'm almost done with the discussion. And you're still trying to butt in, isn't that a bit rude? Lin Xiu had roughly guessed why Theodora was here. He had most likely been following Axia the entire time. And when he saw Lin Xiu trying to reincarnate Axia as his own follower, he couldn't help but step forward. Well, Theodora had set up such a plan, and she certainly didn't want him to take advantage of it. Not very polite. Theodora still smiled, but her eyes were much colder. Lin Xiu, Leviathan, isn't it rude of you to drag Asia into your empty team? Asia, you don't know yet, do you? This person just became a high-ranking demon, and there's no one else in the team yet. Although I have left my followers with others, I already have 14 followers, unlike Lin Xiu, a novice who just became a high-ranking demon. I am the one who can truly protect you in the underworld. Swoosh tilde. A magic bullet flew out from Lin Xiu's hand and flew straight towards Theodora's face. Ding tilde, as if anticipating an attack. A defensive spell appeared on Theodora's face. You attack others without warning. As expected of a half-blood demon who has never received a proper aristocratic education. What, did I hit a sore spot? Pain. I just think that you need a new hairstyle tilde. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Next second, bang tilde. The defended water ball exploded again. The explosion blew up Theodora's defensive formation and instantly blew Theodora's carefully styled hair into an afro. It happened so suddenly that it took Theodora several seconds to realize what had just happened. How dare you? How dare you use your base powers to directly touch me? Booms tilde. Theodora's body erupted with the magical power of a superior demon, easily crushing the wooden floor beneath her feet. When the situation became tense, Asia stepped forward. Please stop arguing. Asia opened her arms and stood between the two of them. She first bowed to Theodora. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Theodora. Thank you so much, it's really a pleasure to see you again. However, since I have already promised Mr. Lin Xiu to become his dependent, I should keep my promise. Sorry. After saying this, Asia turned and looked at Lin Xiu. Mr. Lin Xiu, let's sign the contract first. Okay. Axia, you just need to put your fingerprint at the end of the contract. Axia said so, Lin Xiu. There was no reason to fall out with Theodora on the spot. Asia quickly signed the contract and smiled with relief. In her opinion, the contract was already signed. So Lin Xiu and Theodora had no reason to quarrel. Asia. Since you have made the decision, I can only choose to respect your opinion. Having said that, Theodora obviously had no intention of giving up. The next second, he turned and looked at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, Leviathan, make an offer tilde. If Asia's side doesn't work, then he'll try Lin Xiu's side. You must be in dire need of followers right now, right? If you agree to trade Asia to me, I can immediately provide you with an excellent follower who can be used right away. How about a bishop who's as powerful as a regular queen? Theodora made her own offer. As he made his offer, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt, bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the evil quest. Mission level, blue. Quest requirements, break Theodora's defense. Note, the higher the defense penetration level, the higher the bonus level. Looking at the system task that was so in line with his wishes, Lin Xiu looked at Theodora with a smile. Theodora, how about this tilde? If you can defeat me in battle, I'll give Asia to you. How about that, even if Lin Xiu was dumb? He knew that this would lower Axia's favorability, but he still firmly chose to do so. If you want to pass the level quickly, you can't use the conventional method. Upon hearing this, both Asia and Theodora were stunned. Mr. Lin Xiu MS, Theodora, I am not your trophy. Please respect my will, Asia replied immediately. To be honest, she was a little disappointed with Lin Xiu. She didn't expect that Lin Xiu would be so angry and actually use her as a bet between him and Theodora. Could it be that she made the wrong choice, unlike Asia, who looked a little depressed? Theodora was so excited that she almost jumped up. Ha 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 ha, Kay, it's a deal. If I win, you'll have to trade Asia to me. Are we going to have a showdown? Then I'm here at the right time, at the door. A silver-haired maid arrived at the scene at some point. Eurifia, Lin Xiu glanced at Eurifia, then glanced at the Book of Leviathan in the storage space. As expected, is it because of that book? Eurifia must have detected Theodora's magic through that book and rushed to the scene. Normally, it takes at least half an hour to prepare a magic array that can teleport a body across the vast world, from the underworld to the human world otherwise. In the original plot, Rias wouldn't have to support herself for a while after asking Surzets for help, since Eurifia had arrived so quickly. Lin Xiu could only assume that she had always been in the human world. Moreover, she had been keeping an eye on his situation. It seems that from now on, if it is not necessary, there is no need to carry this Book of Leviathan with me. While Lin Xiu was looking at Eurifia was also looking at Lin Xiu with interest, because, in just one day, Lin Xiu's strength was upgraded from the lower demon level to the intermediate demon level. Interesting, really interesting. Eurifia suddenly felt regretful for using Lin Xiu as bait to attract the old Demon King faction. Unfortunately, this was a decision made by the higher-ups in the underworld. All she could do was report Lin Xiu's current situation and see if she could try to change the current plan. In a different space, Eurifia stood in the center, with Lin Xiu and Theodora on either side. After taking a deep look at Lin Xiu, Eurifia slowly said, "The duel between Lin Xiu Leviathan and Theodora Astaroth will now begin. If Master Theodora wins, he will gain ownership of Master Lin Xiu's subordinate. The bishop, if Lord Lin Xiu wins, he will gain ownership of all of Lady Theodora's chess pieces. My lords, I think you have no objection." Eurifia made the final confirmation, no objection. Lin Xiu and Theodora replied at the same time. When Lin Xiu asked about Theodora's bet, Theodora directly bet all her relatives to express her love for Asia. In his opinion, Lin Xiu had no chance of winning. He could risk his entire family and show Asia his determination. So why not? Okay. In the name of the head of the Lucifergus family, I approve of the duel. The battle begins. Eurifia gave the order, boost. At the first moment of the battle, Lin Xiu summoned the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand. Is this a divine artifact? Theodora showed a look of disgust. You're actually a divine weapon user. As expected, your pureblood is the result of a mutation. At your core, you're a lowly half-blood demon. Theodora felt sick when she thought that Lin Xiu, a half-blood demon, was actually called the purest heir of Leviathan and the hope of the demon clan to continue its pure blood by those ancient demons. After all, Lin Xiu's extremely pure Leviathan bloodline is just a fake. Fake, don't bark in front of a real pure-blooded demon. Complex spells appeared around Theodora, and the magic power of a high-level demon was running at high speed. Swoosh tilde soon. A green magic ball flew out from Theodora's hand and went straight to Lin Xiu's face. As Theodora prepared, the Securute's gauntlet flashed several times in succession. Boost, 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 boost tilde. Save over power save. This time, there was no long doubling time of 10 seconds. In a short moment, Lin Xiu raised his strength to the peak of the upper demon. True water-breathing landform twisting whirlpool. Hua tilde, water. A large amount of Leviathan water wrapped around Lin Xiu. Theodora's magic ball attacked without any setbacks and was swallowed up silently by the vortex. This power has reached the pinnacle of a high-level demon. How is that possible? Theodora subconsciously took a step back. The outside world only knew that Lin Xiu defeated Rebel, but did not know the specific process. so Theodora naturally believed that Lin Xiu's strength was at the intermediate demon stage. Damn! What kind of artifact could instantly elevate the power of an ordinary mid-level demon to that of a high-level demon? This is such a rip-off, Master Lin Xiu. I never thought that in just a few days you would develop a new use for the artifact. I am increasingly looking forward to your future. Because Lin Xiu's performance was so outstanding, even Girafiaho should have been neutral. Couldn't help but look at him with admiration. You are too kind, Lord Girifia. I just want to become stronger as quickly as possible and gain strength that matches my status. Lin Xiu replied calmly, currently. Lin Xiu has not yet developed the artifact to the Forbidden Hand stage. This rapid multiplication mode is a transitional state between the normal mode and the forbidden mode. It can quickly increase Lin Xiu's strength, but it cannot increase it to the upper limit in one go. Quick multiplication after 5 times. Lin Xiu needs 50 seconds to perform the next multiplication. Considering the disadvantage that the normal mode can only double the strength once every 10 seconds. It is obvious that the fast doubling mode is the best solution before turning on the ban. How is that possible? Theodora was a little defensive. Lin Xiu was just a mid-level demon. But after using the artifact, he actually gained power beyond his own. How could he easily accept such a thing? Don't come near me. Astaroth-style magic cannon. Theodora opened her hands again, and several magic turrets placed in front began to frantically pour magic bullets towards Lin Xiu. Bang, 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 tilde. Countless green magic bullets flew towards Lin Xiu at the same time. However, the vortex of water has become Lin Xiu's surrounding shield. No matter what kind of ranged attack if you want to hit Lin Xiu, you must first break through the water vortex's defense. Obviously a spell like the magic turret, which only had firepower but no one-time terrifying power, could not break Lin Xiu's water vortex in this way. Lin Xiu controlled the water vortex while rapidly approaching Theodora. Don't come near me. Theodora was frightened and took a step back. While maintaining the magic turret, she drew out some magic power to charge it. He also realized that, without using that extremely powerful ultimate move, it would be impossible to defeat Lin Xiu with just the magic turret. Just as Theodora was gathering strength, Lin Xiu pulled out a pistol from his arms, a light gun used by a priest of the church, boost, boost. Boost, 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 tilde, bang, tilde. After doubling several times in a row, the light bullet was shot out at an astonishing speed. The extremely pure light bullet easily penetrated Theodora's defensive spell and hit Theodora in the face. Sizzle, 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 tilde, tilde. Under the erosion of the power of light, 20% of Theodora's face was blown off, and under the blood and flesh the white bones were exposed. It hurt so much, 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 so much. The intense pain hit her, and Theodora's already unrecognizable face became even more distorted. How dare you dare to? Theodora raised her hands high and quickly gathered strength. He wants to use this super large magic bullet to make Lin Xiu pay the price. It's over, Theodora, Lin Xiu replied calmly. In extreme anger, Theodora used most of her magic power for the next wave of charged attacks. In this case, he could only reduce the magic input of the defensive spell. Lin Xiu, who possesses the Eye of Data, seized this opportunity at the first opportunity. Go. Lin Xiu's faith moved, and the vortex of water wrapped around his body broke away and flew towards the weak point of the defensive spell. What? Theodora didn't expect that Lin Xiu could find the weakness of his defensive formation in the first place. At this point, it was too late for him to do anything. Lin Xiu's water vortex had already arrived before his eyes. Leviathan-style, water explosion art, just a blast. Bang, 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 tilde. A few seconds, later looking at Theodora, who was blown beyond recognition. Girifia announced loudly. Lady Theodora is unable to fight the referee. The winner is Lady Lin Xiu. After announcing Lin Xiu's victory, Gyurifia hurried to Theodora to help him heal his wounds. Asia watched the entire battle between Lin Xiu and Theodora. However, she did not feel any sense of security. Besides being sad, she only felt the sadness of being treated as an object. Sure enough, even here at Lin Xiu's place, she was treated as an object. When she thought of this, Asia's nose felt sore and big. Crystal tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Asia crying, Kuryu Eika beside her opened her arms and hugged her to her chest. Axia, do you know, long before I told Lin Xiu about you. He already knew your name. How why? Asia was stunned. He said he had some kind of revelation ability. So even though he had never met you, Asia, he knew your name in advance, so that's how it is. Asia nodded, not quite understanding. But she didn't understand why Kuryu Eika told her this. Under Asia's gaze, Kuryu Eika continued. Asia, you know what? I really like Lin Xiu. How why? Asia didn't understand why Kuryu Eika brought up this topic. The opportunity came from last year's baseball game. Kuryu Eika softly recounted stories from the past. Originally, Kuwang Academy was an all-girls school. After it became a coeducational school, the school's baseball team performed poorly due to the lack of boys. Many boys were unwilling to take the initiative to practice. However, after Lin Xiu received the task of training the baseball team from the student council president, he put the entire baseball team training in perfect order. It was only later that I heard what Lin Xiu had done. On the one hand, he forced the male students to participate in training. And on the other hand, he helped them solve various life and study problems. He even set an example by arranging more than twice the training workload of the ordinary team members every day. Just like that, the Juang College baseball team evolved from a little-known weak team to a team strong enough to win the national championship. What I value is Lin Xiu's sense of responsibility. Even though he is self-centered, he will definitely take responsibility to the end. I believe that Lin Xiu has the same attitude towards you. Asia, Kuryu Eika finally brought the topic back to Asia. She wanted to tell Axia through this incident that since Lin Xiu took her in as his follower after knowing her intelligence, he would definitely be responsible for her to the end. After a long silence, Asia smiled gently and wiped the tears from her face. I didn't expect that Kuryu-san actually likes Mr. Lin Xiu. It's really unexpected, Tilda. Kuryu Eika's words did indeed greatly change Asia's opinion of Lin Xiu. Although she didn't get the high score she got in the first exam, Asia still kept her expectations for Lin Xiu. What she feared was that Lin Xiu would treat her like a commodity and trade her back and forth. However, since Lin Xiu was the type who would take responsibility to the end, she felt much more at ease. Half an hour later, when Theodora woke up again, half an hour had passed. However, he was not in a good mood, because as soon as he woke up, he saw his cousin, Laicia Astaroth. Cousin Theodora, long time no see. Laicia Astaroth sends you her sincere greetings. Beside Theodora's bed, a beautiful blonde girl performed the greetings typical of nobles. Ladia has blonde hair and a pair of captivating phoenix eyes. Her noble posture holding a folding fan makes people unconsciously want to conquer her. In terms of appearance, Laicia was definitely not inferior to Gyurifia. In fact, in the eyes of some nobles whose hobbies were more about girls than queens, Laicia was even more attractive than Gyurifia. Of course, overall, Gyurifia is more charming, because Laicia lacked the bonus of temperament. In terms of temperament and momentum, Gyurifia was the best in the underworld, far beyond the reach of Laicia, standard noble lady. Since the transaction of chess pieces needs to be witnessed by the original owner, I can only wait for you to wake up, cousin Tilda. Laicia waved her hand helplessly, and then took out the chess piece that Theodora had left with her. According to the rules of the underworld, pure-blooded demons cannot lose their virginity before marriage, and the wife who marries into the man's family is subject to extreme restrictions before marriage. therefore according to the customs of the underworld. Before marriage, Theodora's relatives of the opposite S*X need to be placed in the hands of peers of the opposite S*X. Laisha was the opposite S*X relative who was in charge of Theodora's family. That was why Theodora was so unhappy after seeing Laisha. Because Ladia's arrival reminded him all the time that he had lost his own family. 10 minutes later, under Theodora's gloomy gaze, Gyurifia completed the transfer of her followers. After transferring the chess pieces, Gyurifia walked in front of Lin Xiu, Master Lin Xiu. The demon King Akiyuka said that he is very sorry for his nephew Theodora's offense against you. This set of blank chess pieces is his compensation to you. With this set of blank pieces, you can adjust your team more flexibly when participating in the raiding game. Lady Theodora has not yet signed a contract with these people due to some special reasons. You can sign it with them on your own. Of course, the premise is, you can sign a contract with them. After saying these meaningful words, Gyurifia handed Lin Xiu a bloody chessboard. As Lin Xiu took over the chessboard, he heard the system prompt sound, "Bite." Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission. Quest requirements: break Theodora's defense. Quest level: blue right arrow purple. Theodora was so angry that she vomited blood when she thought about these saints being snatched away before she could even make a move. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Explosion magic, Huey exclusive. Explosion magic, Megumin exclusive. This is a conceptualization of the explosion magic used by Megumin, the heroine of the Soharu world. It can be transformed into various forms according to the will of the host. Magic bullets. Light cannons beam send even weapons when chanting magic. The longer the chanting timeth, more silly the lines. And the more determined the heart, the greater the power that can be unleashed. Note, if you don't want to say the second-year lines, you can also use the Red Dragon Emperor's boost instead. Explosion magic and its purple-rated explosion magic. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the explosion magic. At this stage, he was lacking such a decisive and powerful spell, HMPH. Theodora said nothing, but hastily deployed the teleportation array. Having lost so much face, he certainly couldn't stay here and be laughed at. Afterwards, Gyurifia and Laisha also left one after another. However, both Gyurifia and Laisha looked at Lin Xiu with interest before leaving. Ladia didn't expect that she would see the news of the return of the pure-blooded Leviathan in the newspaper of the underworld this morning, and meet Lin Xiu in person in the evening. She had never imagined that Lin Xiu, a pseudo-pure-blood Leviathan who is a hybrid demon, could easily defeat her cousin. Being able to easily defeat her cousin proved that Lin Xiu's strength had reached the level of next-generation family head, which was quite excellent even among pure-blooded demons. After Gyurifia left, Ladia walked up to Lin Xiu and said softly, "Master Lin Xiu, Master Akiyuka asked me to bring you a message." When examining Theodora, he verified the information you provided through your apocalypse ability. Theodora does, indeed, possess the power of the infinite dragon god Ophies. The underworld has now strengthened its supervision of Theodora. However, without actual evidence, the underworld cannot directly capture a pure-blooded demon. Please forgive me, yes, I know. I just want to give the underworld a warning. I don't mean to capture him right now. Lin Xiu knew that the set of blank chess pieces given by Akiyuka was not compensation at all, but a reward for his meritorious service in reporting Theodora. By the way, although this is just my personal invitation, if Master Lin Xiu is willing, you can come to the underworld to have tea with me at any time. After saying this, Laisha smiled slightly, covered her delicate face with a folding fan, and disappeared in the light of the teleportation array. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu brought Kuryu Eika and Asia back to his home. Is this what Lin Xiujun's house looks like? There aren't any paper balls all over the floor. How surprising, Tilda. Kuryu Eika had only stayed at the door of Lin Xiu's house and had never entered Lin Xiu's house. She was very interested in the furnishings and decoration of Lin Xiu's house. Asia, you know what? It's said that boys put pornographic books under their beds or in their closets. How about we go explore together later? Kuryu Eika covered her mouth and chuckled, revealing a happy smile. What's a pornographic book? Is it the Bible? Asia was quite innocent. So innocent that she didn't even know what a pornographic book was. Huh, Asia, you don't even know what a pornographic book is? Kuryu Eika was once again surprised by Asia's purity. Okay, let me explain to you. The so-called pornographic book is #%. Half a minute later, Asia lowered her head with a rosy face. Her little face was red, and steam was coming out of her head. She suddenly regretted asking Kuryu Eika that question. Lin Xiu did not play with Asia and Kuryu Eika. He was preparing the summoning ritual. While Kuryu Eika was explaining to Asia, Lin Xiu just completed the summoning ritual. Come out. Through the summoning ritual, Lin Xiu summoned the prepared followers obtained from Theodora. Soon, 14 girls with different styles appeared from the teleportation circle. They had long known that they had been traded, and they also knew that Lin Xiu was their new master. However, they obviously had no good feelings towards Lin Xiu, who was regarded as a demon. They just bowed in understanding and then looked at the silver-haired wavy girl who was in the lead. The silver-haired saint is the strongest among them and is also the queen destined by Theodora. However, according to Gurafia, for some special reason, Theodora had not yet had the time to take them in as her dependents. The first time she saw them, Lin Xiu knew this special reason with her own eyes. Welcome to my home, former saints of the church. They actually gave their own saint a spell that would cause her to self-destruct if she came into contact with a demon. When did the church become so extreme? Oh. You can actually see the special arrangement of the church on the saint. You are quite capable. The silver-haired saint snorted coldly in response. That's right, without the strength of a demon king, it is impossible to remove the restrictions on the church saint. And demon king level masters generally won't offend the church just to get a mere saint. So, you should give up your ridiculous plan of taking us as your followers. The silver-haired saint said in a decisive tone. Perhaps she felt that what she said was too harsh. So she added, of course, if you are willing to keep us, we can act as your servants and help you cook or clean the room. If you don't want to keep us, you can trade us to other demons. However, I advise you to give up the idea of reincarnating us into demons and not have any contact with us. Otherwise, not only will our souls be shattered, but you will also be affected by the soul fire that burns when the ban is triggered. The silver-haired saint kindly explained to Lin Xiu the consequences of physical contact between the demons and them. After listening to the silver-haired saint's explanation, Lin Xiu tilted his head back and laughed uncontrollably for the first time. So that's how it is. Lin Xiu smiled happily. He was asking why Theodora was so vulnerable, and why Theodora joined the group of trouble before the plot time point. It turns out that it's because the little head is hard. Yes, the fastest way for Theodora to remove the restrictions on these saints is to join the group of disaster. After joining the Scourge, Theodora can betray the demon clan, use the resources obtained from the Scourge to increase her strength to the highest level of demon, and then use Orpheus's snake to temporarily increase her strength to the level of Demon King. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the Demon King Akyuka to help him lift the ban. Right, if he really asked Akyuka, one of the 4 great Demon Kingsto, help do such a thing, Akyuka would definitely beat him to death on the spot. Hearing what you said, you have already figured out Theodora's purpose. Lin Xiu continued to ask. HMPH he's just a scum demon who used the church's system to make the church expel the saint. Everything he does is an act. The silver-haired saint shouted sternly. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the silver-haired saint's answer. In that case, why don't you explain to Miss Asia why you and she are here? Lin Xiu pointed at Asia, who was stunned beside him. Asia. Could it be the saint known for her healing abilities? Asia Aldet. The silver-haired saint was familiar with the name Asia. Yes, I am Asia Aldet. Saint Olivia, please. Tell me everything I need to know. Asia's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the silver-haired saint. No matter how dumb she was, she must have noticed something through the large number of saints present. That Theodora. Had she been deceiving her from the very beginning? With the explanation of the silver-haired saint, Asia finally knew the true identity of Theodora. She remembered correctly that these female relatives that Lin Xiu had taken from Theodora were all famous nuns or saints in the church. Theodora first came into contact with them, then deliberately revealed her identity as a demon, allowing the church to expel them. As for his goal, it was these saints themselves. If they didn't have restrictions that would harm both parties or even burn themselves if touched by demons, Theodora would have attacked them long ago. Asia's emerald-like pupils kept trembling, and big drops of hot tears flowed out of them, flowing across the girl's holy face, etc. Asia suddenly realized something and looked towards Lin Xiu. Ms. Kuryu said that Mr. Lin Xiu has the power of revelation and knew my name before he even met me. Could it be that everything that has happened so far is within Mr. Lin Xiu's expectations? Asia's words were like a bomb, sending waves through the Saint Lady team. Apocalyptic powers. Are they the apocalyptic powers that only saints possess in church legend? This demon named Lin Xiu actually made this bet knowing Theodora's information. I heard from Saint Sister Griselda that only with the Lord's approval can one unlock the so-called apocalyptic power. Could it be that this Lord Lin Xiu has gained the Lord's approval in his demonic form? He gained the Lord's approval as a demon. Wow. This demon is truly amazing. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, not expecting that he would suddenly become the focus. Could it be that these saints thought he was a good man who saved them from danger? Don't look at me like that. I took you from Theodora just to s her off. Lin Xiu explained sincerely, at least, before he confirmed that these saints had not been abused by Theodora. He had never thought of giving birth to Theodora. He just wanted Theodora to break through the defense as much as possible so that he could get a higher system evaluation. Seeing Lin Xiu acting like he didn't want everyone to think of him as a good person, the originally indifferent saints couldn't help but laugh out loud. They had seen countless people say that they were good people, but Lin Xiu actually took the initiative to say that she was a bad person, which was really different. Okay, everyone, stop laughing. Saint Olivia was also unable to hold it in, but she still managed to speak out to stop everyone's somewhat outrageous behavior. Since Asia said so, she naturally preferred to work under Lin Xiu in the future. Since she was going to work under Lin Xiu, she naturally didn't want to have any awkward relationship with the new boss. Lin Xiu suddenly discovered something. He was good with one girl and could barely handle two. However, when the number of girls grows to more than 10 digits, he is powerless when the number of women increases. The trouble will increase exponentially. Lin Xiu understood very well why these saints were like this. On the one hand, they had been suppressed in Latvia for too long and needed to be released. On the other hand, they thought he was a good person, so they were more casual when they got along with him. Lin Xiu decided to use actions to let them know whether he is a good person or a bad person. Asia, come here and absorb this chess piece. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took out a bishop chess piece. Didn't I just say that? The saint of the church has a restriction in her brain. Not only can she not become a devil's follower, she can't even have contact with the devil. The silver-haired saint frowned. Well, you did say that. But do you think I would just believe what a saint from a hostile force says? Lin Xiu asked back. Olivia was silent. She admitted that Lin Xiu was right. While Olivia and Lin Xiu were staring at each other, Asia took the initiative to stand in front of them, Mr. Lin Xiu, I am willing to prove this at the cost of getting injured. Isn't it just that she will be seriously injured after coming into contact with the devil's chess piece? Although Asia is a little afraid of pain, she can also burst out with extraordinary courage when necessary. Asia's eyes flashed, and she reached out and pressed on the ready demon chess piece. Soon, the demon chess piece transformed into blood-colored energy and poured into Asia's body. During this period, nothing unexpected happened, and Asia's face didn't show any pain. Everything went so smoothly. After completing her reincarnation, Asia subconsciously extended her wings, looking at the black jade-like devil wings behind Asia. All the saints were stunned. How is that possible? Wasn't there a ban? Could it be that the church is lying to us? But that's impossible. Miss Laisha has also contacted us, and we've personally verified this many times. Wait. I suddenly thought of a possibility, if I'm not mistaken. Olivia looked at Lin Xiu excitedly. Well, you guessed right. Lin Xiu also looked at Olivia, and they both spoke at the same time. Because Lord Lin Xiu is a demon recognized by the gods. Olivia, because the god of the Bible is dead. Lin Xiu. The two gave completely different answers. Is the god of the Bible dead? At this, all the saints present were stunned, and their brains froze instantly. The Lord God is dead. How is that possible? The Lord God is clearly still blessing us with good news. Of course. Asia was unwilling to believe Lin Xiu's statement. Seeing this, Lin Xiu explained calmly. It is not the God of the Bible himself who has given you the gospel, but the belief system left by the God of the Bible. After the death of the God of the Bible, the belief system barely operated under the protection of the four seraphim, but it became much more fragile than before. It's not just the belief system. The holy and demonic systems and artifact systems originally maintained by the God of the Bible have also experienced many problems. The holy and demonic systems have become fused, and artifacts have become more prone to bugs. Many of you should be able to use the blessing power on demons. Right, it's fine if this matter isn't exposed, once it is. In order to maintain the stability of the faith system, the church will have no choice but to expel you. This is the truth behind your expulsion. It's all connected, it's all connected. Why did the church expel them indiscriminately? Why does Lin Xiu, a demon, possess the divine power that only saints possess? Why was Lin Xiu able to reincarnate the Saint Axia into a demon? All this is because the God of the Bible is dead. Silence. Dead silence. All the saints fell into a dead silence. Lin Xiu walked past the church saints one by one and came to Asia. He carried Asia back to his bedroom in a princess hug. As he said, he was never a good guy. With a soft sound, Lin Xiu threw Ai onto the bed. Asia looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, her eyes still broken. It wasn't until a burst of pain hit Asia that she seemed to realize something. Her beautiful green pupils instantly dilated, and a tear fell from her eyes. After coming to her senses, Asia's little feet wrapped in white socks were slightly bent and stretched, and the bed sheets were torn into pieces. The blonde girl's slender white legs were closed weakly behind Lin Xiu, and occasionally tapped lightly, like fruit swaying on a branch in the original story. Asia was sad after learning about the death of the God of the Bible. But she was not heartbroken because at that time, Asia already had someone she loved and a new companion. But now Asia just has a good impression of Lin Xiu, and is far from considering him as her spiritual support. Therefore, Lin Xiu decided to speed up a bit and fast forward directly to Emperor Wen of Wei. After making the blonde nun Asia his own, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt tone, bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, to possess the shattered Saint Asia, becoming her new spiritual pillar. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Reincarnation Pond of All Worlds, Purple. Reincarnation Pond of All Worlds, Purple, a powerful resurrection item. Throwing the flesh and soul fragments of the dead into it can take away their ownership from the underworld and resurrect them. Note, you cannot revive someone who is stronger than you. Judging from the system prompt tone, the repair was quick and effective, half an hour later. Under the erosion of Lin Xiu's symbiote, Asia finally responded for the first time and hummed softly. This soft hum was no longer filled with despair, but instead carried a hint of joy and reluctance. This shows that physiological needs can sometimes replace psychological needs. Having lost her faith in the gods, Asia naturally developed a sense of dependence on Lin Xiu, the only person she could rely on now. However, Lin Xiu does not want a toy that obeys her orders. So he leaned over to Asia's ear and whispered, "Asia, I like you. Whether gods exist or not, I love you." The straightforward confession brought a hint of hope to Asia's eyes. Really, it's great that Lin Xiu likes her. Seeing that Asia subconsciously hooked her legs around his waist, Lin Xiu continued, "As I said, the God of the Bible has been dead for a long time. However, in the absence of the God of the Bible, the world has continued to exist, and people have continued to live normally. Rather than believing in the God of the Bible, we should rely on our own efforts to survive. Rather than relying on the God of the Bible to spread the gospel, we should make the world a better place through our own efforts. Isn't that right?" Under Lin Xiu's persuasion, Asia's originally lifeless eyes lit up again. "Yes, the gods have passed away, but they are not gone. And those beautiful visions are not gone. She must inherit the will of the God and make this world a better place." Lin Xiu, although you are a bad guy who forcibly possesses a girl, you are right. Even if the Lord God has passed away, we cannot stand still. Really? You're such a bad guy, Lin Xiu thought that Asia had a good opinion of him and should keep it up. "That's right, big bad guy." After saying this, Asia took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu, bit Lin Xiu's shoulder and felt Lin Xiu's breath. The girl's slender but well-shaped body trembled violently like a sieve, and her delicate toes almost tore her white socks. When Lin Xiu pulled himself out, Axia had already fallen asleep. Seeing that Asia had lost her fighting ability, Kuryu Aka, who had been watching the battle from the side, moved Asia away and slowly sat in front of Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, shattering the saint's faith and then becoming her spiritual support yourself. Isn't that too cunning? Why, Lanhua, are you going to expose my evil deeds to Asia?" Lin Xiu smiled lightly and reached out to hold Kuryu Lanhua's slender and stylish waist. Not to mention that Kuryu Aka wouldn't do that. Even if she did, Asia wouldn't react, because she had already accepted the fact that Lin Xiu was a bad person. Kuryu Lanhua in turn pressed down Lin Xiu's hand and smiled provocatively. "HMPH, that's right, I'm going to expose your evil deeds. Lin Xiu, you don't want Asia to hate you, do you? So you have to listen to me, really. Then it seems I have no choice but to accept your threat." "Lanhua." Lin Xiu reached out and brushed across the soles of Kuryu Lanhua's feet. As Lin Xiu's fingers brushed across, the uniformed girl in black stockings and knee-high socks trembled. "HMPH, just accept my threat, sound till I'm satisfied. Lin Xiu, you have to listen to me strangely, Kuryu Lanhua curled the corners of his mouth slightly, held Lin Xiu's tie with satisfaction and slowly sank down. Kuryu Lanhua had always liked Lin Xiu, and now that Lin Xiu had awakened her succubus bloodline, the moment she sank her waist, Kuryu Lanhua's green pupils gradually turned white due to the extreme psychological and physical sensations. Lin Xiu, you really are a bad person, Having said that, the next second, Kuryu Aka took the initiative to interlock her fingers with Lin Xiu and kissed her. "Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, the dance of a nymphomaniac and a saint, purple. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, artifact evolution, evolution direction, dragon eater, purple. Artifact evolution, evolution path, dragon eater. After acquiring the 677 dragon eater evolution path, the red dragon emperor's gauntlet can strengthen itself by devouring various dragon-related objects. The artifact previously fixed in place now has the potential to advance. Lin Xiu didn't have the time to think about how much stronger the artifact would become with this evolution. He just enjoyed Kuryu Eika's initiative and felt her touch and charm, which were completely different from Asia's. The other side underworld, in Lucifer, the capital of the Demon King, Gyurifia is giving a work report to the Demon King Lucifer. 10 minutes later, Surzech stretched. I didn't expect that Lin Xiu-jun would gain enough strength to defeat a pure-blooded superior demon so quickly. Looking at it this way, using him as bait to lure the old demon lord Leviathan is a bit of a waste. Yeah, I think so too, Gyurifia nodded. When we made our decision before, we didn't consider anything other than the pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline. Now, since Lin Xiu-jun has demonstrated his powerful divine stationary, we can no longer treat him as an ordinary pure-blooded demon. An ordinary pure-blooded superior demon and a pure-blooded superior demon who can use the God-annihilating tool. These two concepts are completely different, Alice. I even think that he is qualified to inherit the throne of a certain demon king. Gyurifia said seriously, hearing Alice's name. The red-haired devil smiled helplessly, putting aside whether he can inherit the throne of the demon king. Could you please not casually mention my nickname? It's okay in my office, but if you still call me by my nickname in the outside world, it will be a big deal. HMPH tilde, why? Are you so afraid to show your true self, Rias Gremory? Grafia called the Demon King by his nickname rudely. Because he is a victim, she has the right to express her dissatisfaction. The Demon Lord Surzech Lucifer, whose real name is Rias Gremory, and whose nickname is Rias Gremory. Under the education and intervention of the first generation of Gremory, Alice concealed her identity since childhood, walked the world as a man, and forged a firm friendship with her current reformist partners. In the end, Alice and her friends overthrew the second-generation Demon King, who attempted to start another three-way war and became the new 4 Demon Kings. And she, Gyurifia, also became acquainted with Surzech during the Demon Civil War and had a very high degree of favorability towards him. No matter how you look at it, this is a script that is extremely kingly. It's a pity that this script has a huge inherent flaw. The male protagonist is not the male protagonist after the war. Realizing she couldn't hold off any longer, Alice told Gyurifia the truth. After learning the truth, Gyurifia was stunned. As time passed, Gyurifia finally accepted the fact that Alice was actually a girl. However, there was still a considerable degree of dissatisfaction in her heart. Okay, you can call me whatever you want, tilde. Demon Lord Alice has always been indulgent towards Gyurifia. There was no way, because she really owed Gyurifia. Wrapped in a crimson glow, Sazex's figure gradually changed. A few seconds later, a red-haired lady appeared in front of Gyurifia, whose figure and appearance were no less beautiful than Gyurifia. The regal Demon King, costume flowing crimson hair, cold blue eyes and aloof demeanor made him look just like Rias, who had grown up to become a Demon King. Grafia looked at Alice's face, which was very similar to Rias, and a hint of pity appeared in her originally cold eyes. In her opinion, Alisuho has the devil in her heart, will be nailed to the throne of the devil and devote her life to the devil. The most hateful thing is that Alice not only locked herself up, but also locked herself up in the eyes of the underworld. She and the devil Lucifer are already tied together. As long as Alice's identity is not exposed, she will lose her freedom forever, like now, etc. Gyurifia suddenly thought of a possibility. Alice cannot let go of the burden of being the Demon King because she is the strongest of the Demon Clan and has the responsibility to continue the Demon Clan. But what if someone from the Demon Clan becomes stronger than her? After losing the title of the strongest Demon Clan and the sense of responsibility to dedicate my life to the Demon Clan, not only Elisa but also I can find true liberation. Demon Queen Alice did not notice Gyurifia's abnormality. She was still thinking about how to treat Lin Xiu. Gyurifia, you're right. If Lin Xiujun dies before he grows up, it will be a huge loss for the entire demon clan. Having said that, we have spread the news of the return of the pure-blooded Leviathan throughout the underworld. I know whether it is the ancient demons, reformists, or the old demon kings. They should have all received the news. Even if we change our stance on Lin Xiujun, the old demon king faction will not give up their plan to attack Lin Xiujun. All I can do is reduce the workload on you so you can spend more time in the human world. That's all. Alice saw it clearly. That's true. Gyurifia sighed. I can only hope that Lin Xiu can become stronger as soon as possible. As long as he can hold off for 30 seconds. I can get there in time, then we'll be able to wipe out the remnants of the old Demon King's faction. On the other side, Lin Xiu's side, on the surface Lin Xiu, Isi and Kuryu Eika just slept together for one night. But in fact, after completing the achievement of double takeoff, Lin Xiu brought the two of them into the world of Apocalypse. After completing the main quest, Lin Xiu will be qualified to bring the quests from the DxD world into the Apocalypse world. Moreover, the time flow rate of half a day being equivalent to 5 days is really too good to miss. During the few days he stayed in the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu didn't know how many times he had filled Asia and Kuryu Eika with alcohol, which greatly alleviated Asia's shattered faith after she knew the death of the gods. Facts have proven that physical pleasure can indeed soothe the wounds of the soul. During the days they lived in the world of Apocalypse, Asia and Kuryu Eika's worldviews were reshaped. They didn't expect that Lin Xiu actually had the ability to travel through the world. And they didn't expect that Lin Xiu was using his power to help people in the other world. As expected, Lin Xiujun was chosen by the gods. His revelation wasn't a bug in the system. The gods saw his uniqueness and granted him the revelation. Even outside this world, Lin Xiujun is using his power to help others save the world and fulfill the will of the god. I can't fall behind either, with this thought in mind. Asia responded to Lin Xiu with an unprecedented tolerance that night, and even took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu in her arms, unwilling to let go all night long. During the time that Lin Xiu temporarily went to the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu's home was not peaceful. In the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu was sleeping with Asia and Kuryu Eika in her arms. The next second as if realizing something, Lin Xiaoshi also opened his eyes. There's something unusual happening in my home in the DxD world. Is someone trying to break into my home? After taking a look at Asia and Kuryu Eika, who were still sleeping, Lin Xiu touched their hair and opened the door to the DxD world. DxD world, Lin Xiu's home. 2 fallen angels were tiptoeing around the living room. These 2 fallen angels wearing white stockings, the other wearing black stockings. One with blonde twintails, the other with long straight blue hair is a lowly. The other a mature lady seemed to be a perfect match. Are these Linali's 2 fallen angel companions? Lin Xiu recognized these 2 fallen angels. The blonde fallen angel was named Middlet, and the blue-haired fallen angel was named Calvana. Both of them were extras in the original story. After confirming that the visitor was not a demon king from the old Demon King faction, Lin Xiu directly returned to the DKD world. The main lights in the living room came on, and the 2 tiptoeing fallen angels froze in their tracks. Shit, were we discovered? That's not right. With Lin Xiu's strength, how could he possibly discover them? Looking at the 2 fallen angels with slightly stiff smiles, Lin Xiu smiled and raised his left hand. And Long Zai's caged hand instantly appeared. Boost. Boost, 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 boost. Tilde save over, power save. After 6 consecutive increases, Lin Xiu's strength directly broke through to the highest level of demon. When fighting Theodora, Lin Xiu didn't use his full strength. The highest level demon, how is that possible? Feeling the terrifying aura from Lin Xiu, Middleton Calvana swallowed hard and almost collapsed to the ground. MS, Middleton, Miss. Calvana, since you are here, why don't you leave? Come chat with me for a while. Lin Xiu smiled brightly. Absolute strength brings absolute fear. Middlet and Calvana knew that Lin Xiu was not someone they could contend with. So, they decisively chose to give in 10 minutes later. Under Lin Xiu's interrogation, Middlet and Calvana confessed all the information they knew. Is it really because of Asia? Because I took Asia away? Linali is so anxious to get her back. Lin Xiu touched his chin. He had roughly guessed this before he came back. That's right, if it weren't for Asia, there would be no need for them to come to him. If Linali wanted to attack him, she wouldn't ask her two fallen angel companions to do it. In addition to Asia's affairs, Lin Xiu also obtained important information from Middlet and Calvana. The squad. All the fallen angels in Juwang Town have joined the squad. Looking at the snake of Orpheus confiscated from the two people, Lin Xiu fell into deep thought. Even these two extra fallen angels were assigned to Orpheus's snakes. How widespread are the snakes of the misfortune group now? While Lin Xiu was lost in thought, the blonde Lolita fallen angel timidly raised her hand. Master Lin Xiu, we have confessed everything you asked us to confess. Can you please let us go? The blonde Loli blinked her deep blue eyes, looking very cute and begging for mercy. Give you a way out. It's not impossible to give you a way out, but... Lin Xiu took out 2 bloody chess pieces. This. Middlet and Calvana fell silent. Why, you don't want to be my followers? Then it seems that I can only... Yes, yes. Of course we are willing. Before Lin Xiu finished speaking, Middlet and Calvana hurriedly took the chess pieces. Under the cover of blood-red light, the two quickly completed the demon reincarnation. Wow. 2 pairs of demon wings spread out. And Middlet and Calvana looked at each other in surprise, because after absorbing Lin Xiu's demon chess piece, their strength was directly increased from the initial intermediate demon to the peak of the intermediate demon. Lord Lin Xiu, from now on, I will definitely work hard as your follower. Middlet jumped up excitedly. Well, from now on, Master Lin Xiu's will is our will. And we will definitely not let Master Lin Xiu down for promoting us. The blue-haired Queen Calvana also knelt on one knee and spoke seriously. Such a simple and crude direct improvement is really terrifying. In the DxD world, where strength is supreme, Lin Xiu's generous move directly won the loyalty of the 2 fallen angels. By the way, Lord Lin Xiu, have you known for a long time that Amano Yuuma is actually Linali's pseudonym? Middlet hesitated for a while and finally asked this question. Well, I already knew she was a fallen angel. Lin Xiu replied calmly. Then why did you agree to become Linali's lover? Middlet was even more puzzled, because I like her very much. Don't you think she's cute and charming? Even though she's naturally arrogant, and yet has to pretend to be an innocent girl in front of me. Lin Xiu really likes Amano Yuuma. It can be said that Amano Yuuma is the most beautiful girl in the DxD world, who can give him the feeling of first love. Is that so? Middlet and Calvana breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lin Xiu said so, it means that he will not kill Lina Li. Lin Xiu noticed the mood changes of Middlet and Calvana. The fact that there can be such emotional changes shows that there is some basic friendship between them. Let me tell you about the next plan, Middlet Calvana. I want you to return to Linali and complete the task I assigned you. I want you to keep Amano Yuuma stable while gathering more information about the misfortune group. Got it? Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Middlet and Calvana stood at attention and gave a loud assurance. After sending Middlet and Calvana away, Lin Xiu returned to the world of Apocalypse, continuing to kill zombies and practice during the day, and lingering with the heroines at night. It was not until the set return time that Lin Xiu and the other 2 were teleported back to the DxD world. The next day, dong 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 tilde. Lin Xiu was awakened by a knock on the door. Master Lin Xiu, it's time for breakfast. After saying this, the silver-haired Saint Olivia opened Lin Xiu's door. Then she saw Asia and Kuryu Aka lying on Lin Xiu's bed. Bang, before Lin Xiu could say anything. Olivia closed the door again. It's already the second day. Lin Xiu pulled away reluctantly. Noticing Lin Xiu's departure, Axia frowned, feeling an unprecedented sense of emptiness. The silver-haired saint's scream just now did not wake her up. But after Lin Xiu left, Asia woke up immediately. After waking up recalling her performance last night, Asia's face flushed seductively. She remembered that it was she who took the initiative to ask Lin Xiu to hold her like this all night long. Because only in this way could she feel fulfilled and happy. Half an hour later. Half an hour after the silver-haired saint knocked on the door, Lin Xiu and the others reluctantly got up. At the breakfast table, the silver-haired Saint Olivia looked at Asia with a complicated expression. She hadn't expected that the Saint Asia, whom she had always thought was pure and innocent, would be so bold. Isn't it a bit too much to cling to each other all the time? However, what Olivia didn't expect was that what she thought was one night was actually 5 nights. In the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu has been entangled with Asia and Kuryuaka for 5 nights. Otherwise, given Asia's purity, it is impossible for her to change color so quickly. After breakfast, Lin Xiu set off for school. Olivia, I'll leave the house to you, generally speaking. You won't have any combat missions. But I want you to take care of the house. Please rest assured, Master Lin Xiu. We will definitely take good care of the family. The silver-haired girl's resolute smile was mixed with a hint of helplessness and relief. The reason for this is that they are already very familiar with the process of being a slave. From being a saint in the church to being a maid. They can only sigh that fate is so fickle. It was easy because Lin Xiu's house was not very big. Much smaller than the castle they cleaned at Ladia's place, Kamyo Academy, at lunchtime. After finishing lunch, Lin Xiu arrived at Kang Na's door on time. Looking at Lin Xiu, who arrived in time, Kang Na put down her raised white and plump thighs and nodded with satisfaction. After pouring tea for Lin Xiu, Kang Na went straight to the point and said, Mr. Lin Xiu, you should have heard from Leah why I came to see you today. Right. Lin Xiu took a sip of tea and glanced at Kang Na in surprise. Wasn't Kang Na too straightforward today? Facing a straightforward person. Lin Xiu's reply was equally straightforward. Well, Rias said that the underworld planned to arrange a marriage between you and me. And Usana planned to cancel the engagement. Well, Lin Xiujun, what do you think? Are you willing to cancel this engagement? Kang Na pursed her red lips slightly. She liked Lin Xiu very much, after all. Lin Xiu was one of the few opposite sexes who could match her academic performance. However, for Lin Xiu's personal safety, it is better to cancel the engagement, under Kang Na's gaze. Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound in his ears. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the stage-type plot mission, Sangna Strategy. Quest level, purple right arrow gold. Mission description, under the arrangement of the underworld. Kang Na and the host have a marriage contract. However, Kang Na is well aware that this marriage contract will not benefit the host in any way and may even bring disaster to the host. Therefore, even if it might damage the host's reputation, Sona decided to cancel the engagement. This way, the host would have more chances of survival. Such a good girl is really hard to find even with a lantern. Quest requirements: defeat Kang Na Purple in terms of intelligence and strength, and obtain Xiang Na's active service, gold. The system task verified Lin Xiu's idea. Sona is not Rias. Kang could tell at a glance that the reason the underworld wanted her to enter into a marriage contract with Lin Xiu was to lure the old demon king into action. Sona is Seraphil's sister. Seraphil's position as the demon king of Leviathan was taken from the old demon king, Leviathan. The situation is now very clear. Lin Xiu was discovered to have pure Leviathan blood. The underworld gave Lin Xiu the title of Orthodox Leviathan. Then the underworld allowed Lin Xiu, who had the title of pure Leviathan, to enter into a marriage contract with the sister of the current demon king Leviathan. In this situation, if the old demon king Leviathan does not take action, It would be equivalent to handing over the title of orthodoxy to the current Demon King. This is something the old Demon King faction absolutely cannot accept. That's why Kang now wanted to cancel her engagement with Lin Xiu. After the engagement was broken off, the probability of either Lin Xiu or her being attacked would be much smaller. Even if she was attacked, Lin Xiu would most likely be kidnapped and her life would not be in danger. Kangna, I know what you're thinking. And I also know that you're doing this for my own good. Lin Xiu said slowly. So Lin Xiu-jun, you agree? Kangna breathed a sigh of relief. It would be easy if Lin Xiu agreed, as long as Lin Xiu agreed. She could act with Lin Xiu to fool those old guys, but I refuse. Lin Xiu changed the subject. Ha. Kangna's red lips parted slightly, with an expression of disbelief. She didn't understand why Lin Xiu refused. Lin Xiu-jun, do you know what you're saying? If you accept this marriage proposal, you may be attacked by the 5, 8 or old Demon King faction at any time and anywhere. I know, right? If you can figure it out, then I can figure it out too. Lin Xiu replied as a matter of course, since you know. Then why don't you agree to cancel the engagement with me? Lin Xiu-jun, Kangna couldn't help but ask. Because I like you, Tana. Is it okay to take some risks to marry the one you love? Lin Xiu-jun, you are totally unreasonable. I don't know if it was because of shyness or anger, but a rare blush appeared on Kangna's face. Let me make it clear in advance, Lin Xiu-jun. Even if you don't agree, I will force you to break off the engagement for the sake of my own safety. Kangna planned to use a hard approach if soft tactics didn't work. In order to save Lin Xiu's life, she could only ignore Lin Xiu's will temporarily. Oh, really? Are you doing this for your own safety? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. According to my perception, Gyurifia has been in the old school building these past few days. If Gyurifia is in the old school building, how could your life be in danger since you have been living in Juwang College? Lin Xiu asked back. Kangna was silent. She didn't expect Lin Xiu's perception to be so sharp. As Lin Xiu had said, Gyurifia had been at Juwang Academy for the past few days. If the old Demon King faction attacked them, Gyurifia would be the first to act. Kangna sighed deeply and looked at Lin Xiu with a look of helplessness and confusion. Helpless because she didn't expect that even after talking to this point, Lin Xiu was still unwilling to cancel the engagement with her. The doubt is because, in Kangna's opinion, since Lin Xiu and she had a similar IQ, he couldn't be the kind of reckless person who would put himself in danger just to marry a beautiful girl. Mr. Lin Xiu, since you know all this, why are you unwilling to cancel the engagement with me? Kangna bit her red lips lightly and looked at Lin Xiu with a puzzled look. In response to this, Lin Xiu's response remained the same as always. Didn't I tell you because I like Sona? Upon hearing this, Kangna immediately turned off the microphone, and her delicate ears turned a beautiful pink. She was shy and confused. Even if you like her, you wouldn't do this, right? Besides, how could she remember Lin Xiu and Lei Bayer saying something similar? Could it be that Lin Xiu-jun says this to everyone? When Kangna was silent, a familiar voice suddenly came. Humph, don't even think about eating swan meat, you toad. Sona-chan will definitely break off the engagement with you. Suddenly a projection appeared on the desk, and a beautiful girl with twin ponytails wearing a pink magical girl costume jumped up. The girl with twin tails is named Seraflu Leviathan. She is Sona's sister and also the Demon King Leviathan of the underworld. Although she is a Demon King, Seraflu's attire does not have the dignity of a Demon King at all. Because she was wearing a magical girl costume, holding a pink magic wand. Under the pink magical girl skirt, a pair of pink and black stockings fit tightly to the thighs, making the white jade-like absolute area even more eye-catching. If no one had been told in advance, no one would have thought that such a young and lovely girl would actually be the Leviathan Demon King of the underworld. Although Serafler did not personally intervene in Sona's engagement, she has been paying close attention to it. On this day when the showdown was officially about to begin, she even asked Kang to narrate the conversations between them. Oh. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and looked at the projection of Serafler on the table. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the evil quest. Quest level, Gold. Task description, a beautiful girl who likes cosplay, but whose true identity is the Demon King. Even among all the beautiful girls in the world, she is definitely the most unique one. What's more, this demon girl also has multiple attributes such as older sister, sister complex and L*******N. Quest requirements: obtain a set of Serafler's original cosplay costumes. Looking at the system task that was suddenly triggered, Lin Xiu was silent for several seconds, because he discovered that the system's tasks always reflected his true inner thoughts. Long before he traveled through time, Lin Xiu had thought that if he traveled through time, he would definitely play cosplay games with Serafler. And after playing the game, he would collect the cosplay costumes she wore. As expected, I am a pervert. Lin Xiu discovered that his compatibility with the evil protagonist system was too high. Seeing Lin Xiu's silence, Kang Na thought that he was intimidated by the power of the Leviathan Demon King and did not dare to speak casually. With a sigh, Kang Na made the final decision. In short, I must cancel this engagement, since you, Lin Xiu, unwilling I, have my own way of doing things. During these 3 days, Nina has already completed the process. As long as she can complete the process correctly, she can cancel her engagement with Lin Xiu. First of all this, Sona took out an exquisite chess set. Lin Xiu, I have requirements for my husband. Only if he meets my requirements in every aspect will I recognize him as my husband. Yeah. Then excluding factors other than intelligence and strength. What is your impression of me? Lin Xiu asked directly. Excluding these 2 factors. Kang Na looked at Lin Xiu. Well, Lin Xiu's modeling is indeed top-notch. If you, Lin Xiu hadn't said those words to Miss Rebel before, I think I would have liked you very much. Kang Na has completely remembered that Lin Xiu also said similar words of confession to Label. Therefore, there was a hint of criticism in her words. I've already said something similar to Rebel, so I shouldn't say it to her again. Does she look like the type of woman who would share a man with someone else? Lin Xiu understood the meaning of Kang Na's knocking and shook his head with a smile. I see, but I do like Ravel. Say something against my heart just to gain Sona's approval. This is really not my style. Kang Na found that Lin Xiu completely ignored her nagging words and expressed himself freely. Such a free Lin Xiu really made her helpless, but also really made her envious and admired. Born into a high-ranking demon family, she had never been able to express herself so freely. Anyway, let's start a game. An hour later. Looking at his chess pieces that were killed to pieces, Kang Na began to doubt his life, including the game half an hour ago. She has lost 2 games in a row. She remembered that Lin Xiu was only relatively proficient in chess and had never received any special training. How could he have beaten her twice in a row? Kang Na, have you forgotten something? Lin Xiu took a sip of black tea leisurely. Even before my bloodline awakened, I was able to tie with you in terms of grades. After my bloodline awakened, it's normal for my brain to evolve a bit, right? Lin Xiu's brain has indeed evolved, but this alone is not enough to completely suppress Kang Na. Lin Xiu was able to achieve this level thanks to Takagi Seiya, using the battlefield deduction ability borrowed from Takagi Seiya, and the super high computing power trained through the data eye over the past 10 days. Lin Xiu easily defeated the chess-skilled Sona. Okay, I admit that I'm no match for Lin Xiu in chess. However, the demon clan has always prioritized strength. Lin Xiu, I will only accept you as my fiancé if you beat me in the rating game again. Kang Na said this with some embarrassment, however, for the sake of Lin Xiu's life-ish, still spoke out firmly. As soon as Kang Na finished speaking, the door of the student union was opened, and a very beautiful young woman with silver-gray hair walked in. Lord Kang Na. Your application to the underworld has been responded to. I will be the referee of the rating game between you and Lord Lin Xiu. Yaha. Lin Xiu looked at Gyurifia, who suddenly appeared with a subtle expression. Is this Gyurifia? He pops up every time there's a match to referee. So he's obviously Captain Dragonfly. In Gyurifia's different space, Lin Xiu and Kang Na summoned their respective followers. Gyurifia already knew the situation of Kang Na's family very well. However, what surprised her most was Lin Xiu's family situation. All of them are beautiful girls, and there are quite a lot of them. How long had it been since Lin Xiu acquired the chess pieces? How long had he found so many followers in just a few days? Even if he didn't care about quality, wasn't that too fast? Damn, what kind of time management guru? Kang Na suspected that Lin Xiu went around picking up pretty girls after school. At this stage, Lin Xiu already has 3 sets of chess pieces. The latest set of chess pieces I got was given to the Saint Maid group at home. For the remaining 2 sets, Lin Xiu gave the soldier pieces to the beautiful girl guards of the Apocalypse world, and the other pieces to the heroines of the Apocalypse world. The group of chess pieces that Lin Xiu brought here now were the most suitable for fighting among the 2 sets of chess pieces, excluding the soldier pieces. According to the system rules, after Lin Xiu brought the heroines from the Apocalypse world here, the system automatically granted them legal identities in the DxD world. Now, their official identity is citizens of the bed owner city next to Juwang City. Beside Sona, Zhenluo Chunji adjusted her glasses. President, it seems that the followers that Lin Ziyujen has found are not chosen randomly, especially the purple-haired girl in the lead. I sense the aura of a strong person from her. Yeah, I feel that too, Sona nodded. She knew that Zhenluo Chunji's feeling was correct. These beautiful girls are not just random companions, but a mature team with combat effectiveness. The Apocalypse world had already evolved. When Lin Xiu last left, the top-tier bereaved families in the Apocalypse world had already risen to the level of mid-level demons. However, Busujima Siko was stronger, and her strength had reached the peak of the intermediate demon at that time. Now, although the speed at which the zombies in the Apocalypse world grow stronger has slowed down a lot, Lin Xiu estimates that the Apocalypse world can still breed zombies of the highest demon level. In other words, the heroines of the Apocalypse world are likely to quickly grow to the highest level of demons along with these zombies. Of course, right now, their strength is roughly at the mid-level demon level. Queen Siko Busujima, first-level upper-level demon. Chariot Takagi Seiya, intermediate-level demon. Chariot Takashiro Yuriko, intermediate demon peak. Knight Miyamoto Kuriko, high-level intermediate demon. Knight Miyamoto Rei, high-level intermediate demon. Bishop Manami Rika, intermediate-level demon. Bishop Shizuka Murakawa, intermediate-level demon. In addition to basic strength, the heroines of Apocalypse have also awakened their own innate abilities, Kaian Lezhao. When killing zombies, Lin Xiu often uses abilities such as Seiya Takage's battlefield simulation, Siko Busujima's sword ranbo, and Rei Miyamoto's heavenly spearmanship. It can be said that with the abilities gained from the heroines of the Apocalypse world, Lin Xiu has become a small hexagonal warrior capable of both long-range and short-range attacks. In fact, if we only talk about healing ability, Asia is definitely stronger than Murakawa Shizuka. However, considering the coordination and proficiency issues between teams, Lin Xiu still prefers to use the original team of the Apocalypse world, because they have accumulated rich combat experience in killing zombies. Seiya, I'll leave this battle to you. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Lin Xiu looked at Seiya Takagi. Well, Xiu-jun, just leave it to me. Seiya Takagi raised her thumbs up. After 20 days of experience in the world of Apocalypse, she has grown into a qualified leader. By the way, if I win, Xiu-jun, remember to give me a reward tilde I want. As she spoke, Takagi-seiya leaned close to Lin Xiu's ear and whispered. Perhaps it was because Takagi-seiya's breasts were too full. When she was whispering with Lin Xiu, her breasts naturally pressed against Lin Xiu, of course. Neither Lin Xiu himself nor Takagi-seiya cared too much about it. Lin Xiu and Takashiro Yuriko had already formed a three-way relationship, so there was no need to provide such low-level benefits. However, Gao Chengseiya and Lin Xiu don't mind. But there are always people who mind, in the distance. Kang Na looked at Lin Xiu and Takagi-seiya angrily, his eyes as sharp as torches. That be **ch, why are you putting your breasts so close to me? Kang Na's feelings at this moment can be summed up in one word. These foreign gangs are so rude. How can you just let someone touch your chest right away? What Kang Na didn't expect was that not only were the foreign gangs rude, but the local gangs were also quite rude. Counting from 3 days ago, Rias has been giving Lin Xiu benefits for 4 consecutive days, either burying her chest in his hand or resting her head on his knees. She is much more open than her, now. The red-haired welfare girl, who often gives benefits to Lin Xiu, is sitting in the old school building watching the game. She was also quite puzzled. When did Lin Xiu find so many followers? After the preparations were completed, both parties were teleported to their respective home camps. Now, the raiding game between Master Lin Xiu Leviathan and Master Kang Na Ziti will begin. The winner will have the power to decide the marriage between the two. The battle will be fought at Q Academy. Lord Sona's main base is the Student Council, and Lord Lin Xiu's main base is the old school building. The side whose king is defeated will be considered the loser. The game begins. After announcing the start of the competition, Gyurifia's figure gradually disappeared into the alien space. In Lin Xiu's main, Camp Takagi-seiya waved her hand, and her chest trembled. Everyone must act according to the plan I have drawn up. First Mother, her abolita beast creation, allows her to transform inanimate objects into living things under her control. Mother, you need to stay in this formation and create fantasy beasts of different attributes. You will then send the designated fantasy beasts to different battlefields at designated times. Yes, after confirming her mission, Yuriko Takagi transformed the table in the old school building into a wooden mythical beast on the spot. Then there's MS, Rika Minami, and school Dr. Marikawa. Seiya Takagi looked at the pair of best friends again. MS. Minami Rika's Abolita Dream Bullet can transform various objects into bullets and shoot them out. School Dr. Juchuan's treatment area possesses powerful healing abilities, but the larger the treatment area, the weaker the effect. You two will go to the rooftop of the old school building to observe and gather information about the battlefield. After receiving my order, Ms. Minami Rika will use her abilities to launch the mythical beasts created by her mother or the healing fields of school nurse Marikawa to different locations on the battlefield for battlefield support. As for school Dr. Marikawa, just cooperate with Ms. Minami Rika and continuously create projectiles transformed from the healing field. Learn, Minami Rika raised the sniper rifle. She liked the feeling of controlling the battlefield from a high vantage point. Finally, there's Siko, Rei, and Aunt Kiriko. Siko has the strongest charge and combat power in the team, and Rei and Aunt Kiriko are also suitable for frontal combat. Siko is responsible for protecting the main camp, preventing enemy infiltration, and protecting Mother and Minami Rika's core of the team. Auntie Rei and Aunt Kiriko. Each of you will lead a team of mythical beasts and attack the enemy from both sides. I will determine what kind of psychic beasts you need and add psychic beasts of corresponding attributes to your team at the appropriate time. When the battle situation becomes critical, I will arrange for Ms. Minami Rika to shoot Siko-senpai to the corresponding battlefield for quick support. Do you understand? I understand. Miyamoto Kiriko was the first to respond. As a police officer, her combat skills have always been very high. The last one is me. I will be stationed at the main camp with Xiu Jun and communicate with everyone through the communication spell. If we can't communicate, I'll send orders via Ms. Minami Rika's special bullet, "Everyone, let's go." The tsundere pink-haired girl displayed the demeanor of a mature leader. Yes. The women were all accustomed to Saya Takage's command and took action quickly. As for Lin Xiu, he said he wouldn't move, and he wouldn't move until he won. After everyone left, Takagi Saya immediately used her battlefield simulation ability to digitize Ju Academy. A dozen seconds later, a battlefield chessboard appeared in front of her and Lin Xiu. The cursors representing different characters moved quickly on the map and quickly arrived at the location designated by Saya Takagi. After setting up the battlefield chessboard, Gaecheng Saya climbed onto Lin Xiu without stopping and kissed Lin Xiu's ear. "Xiu Jun, isn't it time to fulfill what we just agreed on?" "Saya, aren't you afraid that being intimate with me will affect the situation on the battlefield?" Lin Xiu shook her head. It must be said that Takagi Saya is becoming more and more playful after being let go. "It's okay. My brain has evolved to the point where I can make subconscious judgments based on the battlefield situation." So, just as Gaocheng Saya said, even though Lin Xiu held her like a child, she was not greatly affected. Even though her eyes kept rolling up, Gao Chengsaya continued to issue correct instructions to the surroundings. The scouting beast has come into contact with the enemy's vanguard, according to the information sent back by the reconnaissance beast. The scout we first encountered was named Nomura Ryuka. Her class was soldier, and her strength was at the peak of the lower demon level. If your strength isn't that of an intermediate demon, you can directly arrange for Miss Minami Rika to snipe you. 10 seconds later, bang bang. With the 2 gunshots from Minami Rika, Nomura Ryuko was the first to fall. A few minutes later, after receiving the report from Miyamoto Rei, Saya Takage's eyes slightly receded. Rei encountered the enemy's main force. It was the chariot, Tsubasa, with a powerful defensive artifact, and Kusashita Ria following behind her. As expected, it's just as I thought. People like Kang Na, who like to use tactics like to gather intelligence before the real decisive battle. However, I won't give you the opportunity to gather intelligence. Saya Takashiro gave orders while kissing Lin Xiu deeply. Judging from the situation of the battle with the 2, Kusashita Ria belongs to the enemy's information position. MS Minami Rika. Launch the Phantom Beast that can release poisonous mist to the battlefield where Miyamoto Rei is. And at the same time, cast a healing field towards Miyamoto Rei. Learn. Bang 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 bang. After several consecutive gunshots, a thick black mist rose from the cafeteria entrance. These black mists were collected when they were fighting against high-level zombies in the apocalypse world. They have a very strong weakening effect when dealing with opponents below the upper-level demons. Soon, the weaker Ria Kusashita fell to the ground and was stabbed by the poisonous Phantom Beast, thus losing her combat capability. After Kusashita Ria fell, Tsubasa didn't hold on for long either. Although she was not weak, she was clearly no match for Miyamoto Rei, who possessed the Heavenly Spear technique. Moreover, the Iris also had the support of a healing field and mythical beasts. Bang tilde with a heavy thud. Yisa also fell into the poisonous fog. In front of the cafeteria, Shinra Tsubaki, who had received the support order, just arrived and saw the scene of Tsubaki's defeat. Just as he was about to attack Miyamoto Rei, the communication array beside her ear gave the order to retreat. Tsubaki, cancel the previous support order. Prioritize dealing with the enemy's elusive sniper. After 2 consecutive defeats, Kang Na also realized that Lin Xiu had a master who could control the battlefield situation. After thinking about it, Sona identified Minami Rika as her first target. Nan Lixiang is undoubtedly the core of Lin Xiu's team. At least one of the core members. Soon the location of Minami Rika was guessed. Tsubaki. Let's both attack together and quickly drive away the sniper on top of the old school building. Kangna adopted an extremely risky king-forward strategy. There is no other way, must quickly eliminate Nan Lixiang. If Nan Lixiang continues to fight like this, she will be left alone sooner or later. Above the old school building, Busujima Siko has been waiting for a long time. Sure enough, you guys are here after all. Busujima Siko drew her katana and rushed forward with a fighting look on her face. Although Sona and Tsubaki had both reached the peak of upper-level demons and were clearly stronger than her, she felt no fear at all. All she had left was a thirst for battle, sizzle tilde. After cutting open Sona's water ball and inflicting a knife wound on her body, Busujima Siko was attacked by Shinra Tsubaki art. The black enhanced slime symbiote instantly expanded, perfectly defending against Shinra Tsubaki's magic bullet. Sona had never imagined that Busujima Siko actually possessed a powerful artifact that could easily defend against attacks of the same level. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to attack with force. Tsubaki hold her back first. Kangna has realized that Lin Xiu's team is far more complete than hers. Healing, assisting, supporting frontal combat, battlefield, control everything. And her team is still in the process of being formed, and has not yet formed sufficient coordination. If we delay it any further, it will only be detrimental to her. Therefore, even if it costs her something, she must break the perfect coordination of Lin Xiu's team. REITO. After finally breaking through the blockade of the mythical beasts, Kangna's attack was blocked by the slime barrier. The one who opened the slime's automatic defense barrier this time was Shizuka Marikawa. Marikawa Shizuka's barrier level is not as high as Busujima Siko's, and cannot completely block the attack, but it can offset most of the attack power, preventing her from being seriously injured. The healing field under Marikawa Shizuka's feet shrank instantly. Under the concentrated treatment in the healing field, Marikawa Shizuka's injuries were fully healed in just a few seconds. Bang, 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 tilde. Several gunshots rang out in quick succession, with healing bullets and magic bullets hitting Siko Busujima and Tsubaki Shinra respectively, causing the originally balanced battle to quickly turn in Siko Busujima's favor. Damn it! The fighter plane I just created is completely wasted. After Marikawa Shizuka was injured, the group of phantom beasts launched a suicidal attack on them like mad dogs. Sona could only watch Marikawa Shizuka recover. Sona discovered that if she wanted to finish off Marikawa Shizuka in one go, she would have to accumulate strength for a long time. But Minami Rika and the mythical beasts wouldn't give her that chance at all. So she could only continue to fight like this. So far, all the decisions she made have been correct. But even so, it can't save her from defeat. She lost due to the quality and coordination of her followers. A few minutes later, Miyamoto Rei and Miyamoto Kuriko dealt with the other relatives of Sona and joined in the siege of Sona. Although Sona and Tsubaki are very strong, they cannot withstand the other party's continuous treatment. Sizzle tilde, Miyamoto Rei's spear pierced Sona's wings. With his wings, injured his body poisoned, and his magic power almost exhausted. Sona's body fell directly from the sky. While falling, Sona caught a glimpse of Shinra Chunji, who was falling with her. It seems that even if you put in some effort, you can still win. In the center of the playground, all of Kangna's followers were gathered in a poisonous fog array in the playground. Although none of them left the stage, all of them lost their ability to move. A few minutes later, the poisonous fog dissipated, and the familiar young man appeared. Lin Xiu-jun, you defeated me but didn't let me leave. Was it to humiliate me? Kangna frowned fiercely. In response, Lin Xiu just smiled and shook his head. No, Kangna, I'm here to give you another chance. As long as you can defeat me, you can also win the battle 22. As he spoke, Xiu threw a healing field towards Sona and the others. 3 minutes later, surrounded by the green light, Sona and his followers fully recovered. As long as I can defeat you, that is to say Lin Xiu-jun. You plan to defeat me and all my followers by yourself. Kang Na pursed her red lips slightly, with mixed feelings. At this point, she naturally wouldn't say that Xiu was arrogant. However, she couldn't just give up. Come on, Lin Xiu-jun. Let me see just how far you can go. Outside the battlefield, looking at Kang Na, who was risking everything, Gyurifia shook her head helplessly. She had witnessed the battle between Lin Xiu and Theodora. And if she was just a higher-level demon, she would obviously not be Lin Xiu's opponent. Beside Grafia, Ria's azure eyes shone with a strange light. Because, in her opinion, Lin Xiu's ability to have this kind of strength is most likely due to her. Are you kidding? Lin Xiu-jun completed his awakening on her thigh, right? If not because of her, who else could it be? With this, the problem with Ruzel should be solved. Rias curled her red lips slightly, imagining the free life after breaking off her engagement with Rui Xianger. Lin Xiu sighed after receiving Kang Na's response. The Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand instantly appeared on Lin Xiu's hand. Boost red aura bursts out. The green gem sparkles with dazzling brilliance. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker Forbidden Hand. Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Boosted gear scale mail. The Red Dragon armor is instantly put on. After 20 days of training in the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu not only gained the strength of a high-level intermediate demon, but also successfully opened the forbidden hand of the Dragon Emperor. Looking at Lin Xiu's Red Dragon armor, Kang's pink eyes widened slightly. Such a powerful spiritual power. Such a powerful dragon's spiritual power has surpassed the upper demon level and reached the highest demon level. Lu Xiujan, this is? Kang Na asked after swallowing. This is the forbidden hand form of the Red Dragon Emperor's cage. Sona, it is precisely because I possess sufficient strength that I dare to accept your engagement. How about trying a strong attack? Lin Xiu raised his hand slightly, making an invitation gesture, *7. Kang Na bit her teeth lightly and said, just give it a try. Hot tilde, Kang Na raised his hands high. And powerful water magic surged. The city family's exclusive technique was quickly constructed. A torrent powerful enough to shatter mountains is gathering. For a full half-minute, Lin Xiu didn't make any blocking moves. Half a minute later, the surging water stream hit the Red Dragon armor head-on. Sizzle tilde, Liu Xiu stood still, like a helpless adult enduring a child's water gun attack. Everyone, come together. Zhenliuo Chunji frowned and called all her followers to come together. Ajajaj tilde, bang, bang, bang. Various attacks landed on Lin Xiu, making various noises. In response to this, Lin Xiu did not respond at all. She just stood there and said what she had to say. Sona, I know you care about the fact that I confessed my feelings to Ravel. But this is me when it comes to emotional matters. I'm always straightforward, of course. If you still can't accept the real me, I agree to temporarily break off the engagement with you. The reason I showed you the forbidden hand is because I wanted to tell you that to do extraordinary things. You must be an extraordinary person. I am such an extraordinary person with the determination and strength to achieve my goals. Kang Na was stunned. Does Lin Xiu mean that if he wins, he will cancel his engagement with her? Could she say that after seeing Lin Xiu's strength, she had already had some inkling of acceptance, art? Kang Na has not responded, yet Lin Xiu then proceeded to the next step. Okay, it's almost time to end. A colorful black ball condensed in Lin Xiu's hand. This black ball is the explosion magic from the Suking world. Explosion, there is no bonus or multiplication. It is just the simplest and fastest instantaneous explosive magic. Bang, a black sphere descended from the sky. And a dazzling stream of magic completely enveloped Lin Xiu and Kang Na's team. A few seconds later, Gyurifia's voice finally arrived. Lord Kang Na and his followers have all left the stage. Therefore, the winner is Lord Lin Xiu. After taking a look at the disappearing Kang Na, Lin Xiu's figure also gradually disappeared in the battle space. He deliberately didn't give Kang Na a chance to speak. Because what he wanted was never a Kang Na who would accept the marriage contract with him. What he wants is a Kang Na who can accept her having a harem. If you were to sign a marriage contract with Kang Na now, wouldn't that give Kang Na a legitimate excuse to interfere with his harem? At this time, you should play hard to get. After defeating Kang Na, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound in his head, bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the stage-type plot mission, Sang Na Strategy. Quest requirements: defeat Sona in terms of intelligence. Strength rating Gamete. Quest level, purple. This has effectively shocked Kang Na's young mind, letting her know that there are always better things, increasing the likelihood of her accepting the host's harem. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Weapon Concept Endowment, Demon Breaker. Weapon Concept Endowment, Demon Breaker. Anything with the concept of a weapon can be temporarily endowed with the attribute of Demon Breaker by the host. After obtaining the magic breaking attribute, one can easily break the defense of alien energy within 2 levels. However, if the opponent is too strong, the magic breaking effect may be partially reduced. Half an hour later, the treatment was completed and Kang Na slowly opened his eyes. However, the person she saw was not Lin Xiu, whom she wanted to see, but her best friend Rias. Hey Tilda Sona, it looks like you've fully recovered. Rias greeted her best friend with a smile. 17. Sona didn't say anything but just tilted her head, breaking eye contact with Rias. She saw a hint of amusement in Rias' eyes. Rias must be mocking her ignorance and incompetence displayed during her battle with Lin Xiu. So she simply turned a blind eye to it. Seeing that Sona disliked her so much, Rias had no intention of trying to please him. By the way, Kang Na, I have good news to tell you. Having said this, Rias subconsciously raised the corners of her mouth. While you were unconscious, Lin Xiujun had already submitted a petition to the underworld to dissolve the engagement. Congratulations, you have achieved your goal. Now, the engagement between you and Lin Xiujun has been cancelled. 187. Sona didn't say anything, just rolled her eyes at Rias. Rias didn't get angry about this and continued to attack with a smile. The goal has been achieved, so why aren't you happy at all? Kang Na, could it be that, after seeing Lin Xiujun's abilities, you suddenly regretted it? Don't want to break off your engagement with him anymore. Normally, Rias wasn't this aggressive, but who could blame Kang Yongwensai for losing so much that it was just what she wanted? Not only was he defeated by Lin Xiu, but before being defeated by Lin Xiu, Kang Na was also defeated once by Lin Xiu's followers, Sona, who always considers herself a strategist, was finally crushed by someone else's IQ, which made Rias, who had always been regarded as a fool, by Sonivri happy. The corners of Kang Na's mouth twitched slightly, and his heartbeat was a little irregular. Rias, could you please leave for a moment? I need to rest. Her response was to simply order them to leave. Okay, I won't say anything more, okay, anyway. You should just take good care of your injuries first. It's not shameful to lose to Lin Xiujun, after all. Lin Xiujun is a pure-blooded demon who possesses a god-annihilating tool. After comforting Kang a little, Rias turned and left. However, her words seemed to open the door to a new world for Sona. Yes, the reason why Lin Xiujun is so powerful is because he has Shangxia. In terms of his true strength, Lin Xiu-kun hasn't even reached the level of a high-level demon yet. If I could also possess a divine weapon, not a divine weapon but a powerful divine weapon. Kang Na's brain quickly became active, the other side. In Lin Xiu's home, Lin Xiu was sitting facing each other with a beautiful black-haired girl. The black-haired beauty has cute twin ponytails and wears a youthful magical girl outfit that is very appetizing. The one who came was Seraflu Leviathan Sona's sister, the Leviathan demon king of the underworld. Pictured is the demon girl Serafler, please Tilda. Lin Xiu smiled and poured tea for Serafler. Serafler glanced at Lin Xiu, then tilted her head back and drank the hot tea in one gulp. Come on, do you have anything to tell me about Sona-chan? Serafler said in a very unpleasant tone. It was normal for her to be rude to Lin Xiu. Because Lin Xiu had given her dear sister a good beating. If Lin Xiu hadn't said that he had something closely related to Kang Na to tell her, she would never have come to Lin Xiu's house, Lady Serafler. You should already know about Sona's situation. But I think there's something you don't know yet. What's up, actually? Many newspapers in the underworld have invited me to do interviews regarding this ratings game. Inviting you for an interview. Seraflu couldn't help but stand up. Yes, she should have thought of this earlier. The breaking off of Kang Na and Lin Xiu's engagement is such a big deal that it will definitely attract a lot of media attention. These newspapers invited me to do an interview about the breakup of my engagement with Sona. And the remuneration was quite generous, Lady Serafler. As you know, I have just obtained the status of a pure-blooded demon, and training resources are very scarce. Their invitation is very attractive to me. Are you threatening me? Seraph narrowed her eyes, her pink pupils reflecting a gleam of light. No, how can it be called a threat? I just want to make a deal with the Demon King. Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. Exchanging resources for what you need is the foundation of social relations. Soif Lady Seraflu can satisfy my other needs. I can certainly change my story and say that Sona defeated me and broke off our engagement. Aki, tell me, what are the conditions for you to change your words? Serafler admitted that Xiu's conditions were also very attractive to her. It's very simple. Just put on some magical girl outfits and take some photos with me. Looking at the several exquisite costumes gradually appearing in front of her, Serafler's expression underwent a rather complicated change. First I was surprised, then confused. And after thinking it over, it became a sudden realization. You just said to take a few photos with you. In other words, can you also do cosplay? Serafler asked the question that concerned her most. Of course I can cosplay, I really like cosplay. Lin Xiu waved his hand, and several sets of men's clothing appeared in front of him, including Demon King Taoist costumes, mechanical armor and everything else. Okay, I agree. After seeing Lin Xiu's cosplay costumes, Serafler waved her hand and directly agreed to Lin Xiu's request. Xiu-chan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. I didn't expect Xiu-chan to love cosplay as much as I do. That's awesome. Seraflu buried Lin Xiu's head in her chest and shook it left and right excitedly. Normally, Serafler would never do such an outrageous act. But now, under the dual effects of the excitement of finding a like-minded person and the succubus bloodline, Seraph always has an urge to love Lin Xiu fiercely. After burying her face in Lin Xiu's for half a minute, feeling the heat on her chest, Seraphil finally realized what was happening and let go of Lin Xiu's head a little embarrassedly. Okay, let's get started. Lin Xiu shook his head. Serafler had shaken his face with the cleanser, and his brain was about to be mixed up. But I have to say that the Demon King's facial cleanser does have a unique flavor. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu's home. Lin Xiu and Serafler wore cosplay costumes and kept changing their movements in front of the camera. In front of the two of them, the silver-haired Saint Olivia pressed the shutter button with a look of doubt in her heart. What did she see? A legitimate current Demon King Leviathan, and a legitimate old Demon King Leviathanaire cosplaying. And they seemed to be having a lot of fun, as expected. After the death of the great god, has the world also gone crazy? Olivia suddenly felt a little regretful that she had learned a full set of life skills from Leisha. If she knows everything, doesn't that mean Lin Xiu will give her all the work in the future? However, considering that she would not have a headache when praying even if she was reincarnated as Lin Xiu's follower, she has firmly regarded Lin Xiu as a relative recognized by the gods. This recognition from the gods, which transcends belief systems, is precisely why he became a saint. Since they were all saints in her family, Olivia had no choice but to approve of Lin Xiu's hobby. First this set, then this set. Blue, yellow, pink, black, white. Serafler kept changing her magical girl costumes. Not only her own, She even started pointing fingers at Lin Xiu, Xiu-chan. I think this white set goes really well with your Taoist robes. Come on, show me the ancient sword techniques from the East. I can also do the killing moves, Xiu-chan stupid. Black has to go with black, right? I've already changed into a black. Darken magical girl costume. Why don't you change into a demon king costume? Sarah Flew had a lot of fun and took the initiative to give Lin Xiu a lot of benefits, such as holding hands touching thighs, interlocking their fingers, and occasionally touching each other from the front or back. During the most intimate moments, she even let Lin Xiu rest his head directly on her elastic white thighs. However, it was a little strange that after the lap pillow, Sarah Fleur refused to do anything intimate no matter what. The level of physical contact between the two people directly regressed to the level of holding hands. It wasn't until Sarah Fleur changed into the cosplay costume she had just worn that Lin Xiu understood why Sarah Fleur was behaving strangely. Well, there is a clear light and dark boundary on Sarah Foley's white panties. It is obvious that she reacted during the contact with him. It was precisely because she was aware of her own reaction that she was unwilling to continue to have close contact with Lin Xiu. It's so shameful to react to a boy who just broke off his engagement with his sister. Sarah Flew didn't expect that she had just changed out of the water-stained clothes, and Lin Xiu found an opportunity to put them away. When Lin Xiu put the cosplay costume into his own exclusive space, a system prompt sounded in his mind, bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission. Quest requirements: obtain a set of Sarah Fleur's original cosplay costumes. Quest level Gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, God's Incarnation, Dwarf Vamana. Incarnation of God, Dwarf Vamana, one of the 10 incarnations of Vishnu to save the world. Origin myth in Indian mythology. The greatest Asura king in history, Pali king. Inherited the will of his ancestors. Unified the three realms. Aginand drove out the gods. The gods had no choice but to pray to Vishnu for help, in order to regain the sovereignty of the sky, space and earth from the demon Pali. Vishnu transformed himself into a dwarf and begged him for 3 steps of land at the horse sacrifice meeting in Pali. The devil Pali thought the little dwarf was nothing special, so he agreed to hand over the land within 3 steps of him. Unexpectedly, Vishnu returned to his original form, took 2 steps across heaven and earth, then stopped and left hell to the devil, a metaphor for the sun crossing the universe in the morning, noon, and evening. Effect of God's avatar. Effect 1 can disguise itself as other entities, making it almost impossible to detect. Effect 2, you can change your body size at will. When it becomes smaller, your own consumption will decrease. When it becomes larger, your own consumption will increase. The specific combat power will also undergo subtle changes with the change of body size. Effect 3, the power of the contract. All promised promises will be fulfilled. Effect 4, ability to transcend all spatial limitations. By leveraging the power of the avatar to its fullest potential, even worlds and time can be transcended. Note, the usage is partly similar to God's power, and partly similar to the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. It took Lin Xiu a while to read through such a long string of system prompts. As expected of a quest refreshed from the Demon King, I've gotten something good this time. As a golden level incarnation of God, the only thing that can be compared to him is the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. In addition to its own strength, Lin Xiu was also satisfied with the effect of this incarnation of God. Possessing this incarnation of God means that he can cross the barrier and the big world at any time. In the future, if he encounters a powerful enemy that is difficult to fight, he can always activate the incarnation of God and run away. This is extremely important for Lin Xiu, who is under the threat of the old Demon King. After receiving a satisfactory system reward, Lin Xiu devoted herself to the cosplay activity with Sarah Fleur. Sarah Fleur was right, he really did like cosplay, otherwise he wouldn't have asked Miyamoto Rei to keep her school uniform on when they were having S*X. However, unlike Serafler, who simply loves cosplay, Lin Xiu likes cosplay because he thinks it can enhance the charm of girls and himself, and can also add a lot of fun when doing serious work. Of course, we just talk about whether he likes it or not. He does like cosplay. Perhaps it was because she realized that he was not lying, that Serafler was willing to play with him. 3 hours later, Lin Xiu and Serafler had a lot of fun and took all the necessary poses. Thanks to Lin Xiu's efforts, although Serafler's willingness to get close to him did not return to the level of neat-knee pillow, it was barely raised to the level of interlocking fingers. Seraph wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled with satisfaction. Xiu-chan, after I get back, remember to send me a copy of all the negatives. I'm going to carefully select some and add them to my Magical Girl Milky collection. I'm going to give it a good look. Serafler wants to announce to the world that she has found a like-minded person. Those demons who look down on cosplay have no taste. Okay, I understand. My equipment has a very fast-burning speed, and it will definitely be completed before you leave. Lin Xiu was a little surprised, as revealing some of the photos he took with Serafler was part of his plan. However, before he could take any action, Serafler had already taken the initiative to help him complete his plan. Soon it was time to say goodbye. Although Serafler wanted to play with Lin Xiu for a while longer, she still had work to do as the Demon King. She has already spent several days with Lin Xiu today. If I don't go back in an hour, I won't be able to finish the work, even if I work overtime at night. Before leaving, Lin Xiu noticed Serafler's reluctance and told her good news. What, Xiu-chan? Are you willing to come to the underworld to play with me every day? But whether it's the cross-world technique or the train to the underworld, it takes at least an hour to prepare, and a round trip is 2 hours plus the cosplay. How much time does it take? Don't you have other things to do during the day? Looking at Serafler's puzzled look, Lin Xiu knocked her head hard, bang tilde. I'm just going to play with you for a while. Who told you that I have to play for so long every day like today? I've awakened the ability to cross worlds. I can reach the underworld in seconds, not an hour. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took Serafler's hand. Don't resist, just let your body move with me, swoosh tilde. The next second, the two appeared in the Demon Lord Leviathan's territory. Wow, tilde, Xiu-chan is awesome. Now we can play together more often, 17 in her excitement. Serafler rewarded Lin Xiu generously, leaving a lot more milky fragrance on his face. Pictured Serafler before leaving. Serafler remembered something very important. By the way, Xiu-chan, I take the clothes I'm wearing today back home. Before parting, Serafler asked for her clothes back. She really didn't want to leave her water-stained clothes with Lin Xiu. Well, no, Lin Xiu refused with a smile. Serafler, those clothes are also part of the price you have to pay. Serafler then realized that besides taking cosplay photos, collecting her cosplay costumes was also one of Lin Xiu's goals. No. Lin Xiu's original goal might have been to collect her clothes. 1813. Seraflu didn't expect Lin Xiu to be so perverted. When she thought that Lin Xiu might pounce on her clothes and smell them fiercely after returning, Serafler's face flushed like an attractive red apple. HMPH, Xiu-chan is a pervert. I won't play with you for at least 7 days. Seraflu decided to ignore Lin Xiu for 7 days to express her dissatisfaction with her. Looking at Serafler, who left angrily with her twin ponytails swinging, Lin Xiu smiled and said loudly to her back, Sorry. I didn't hear what you said clearly. I will come to see you on time after get off work tomorrow. After hearing Lin Xiu's words, Serafler paused. The next second, she swung her twin ponytails even more vigorously. From the smile that unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth, it could be seen that Lin Xiu's answer made her very happy. The next day, it was time for Sarah to get off work. Before she even got off work, the demon girl's 2 jade feet were already stomping on the ground anxiously. Dong tilde, the bell rang and Lin Xiu appeared. Seraph's mouth curled up subconsciously, then quickly, calmed down after putting away her smile. Serafler immediately turned her head away and puffed up her face. HMPH, didn't I tell you? I won't play with you within 7 days. Seraflu said angrily. Seraflu, did you say that? Sorry, I only remember saying I was coming to find you. I must put into practice what I have said. By the way, I heard there's an audition for a magical girl show on Roman 20 TV today. And it's in 60 minutes, as I recall. It takes at least an hour to get from the underworld to the human world. Right, is there anyone who has the ability to reach the human world within an hour? Lin Xiu meant something. Humph. Since you are a man who keeps his promise, I will forgive you. Now, take me to the audition. Serafler took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu's hand. Lin Xiu smiled slightly, and in turn held Serafler's hand tightly. The next moment, the two of them disappeared into the underworld. By the way, that TV station is looking for an actor for a male role. Would he like to apply together? It would be a bit boring just to sit there and wait for Serafler's audition. The audition went smoothly, with Lin Xiu and Serafler's looks and acting skills. Both of them successfully got the roles they wanted. However, what Lin Xiu was most concerned about was, after the audition, Serafler actually bought the TV station. Haven't you passed the audition? Is there any need to buy it? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. Of course I need to buy it. Only in this way can the TV station fully cooperate with Lin Xiujun and I's schedule. Then, why didn't you buy the TV station from the beginning? Of course it's because, you don't have to say any more, I already know the answer. Before Serafler could finish her words, Lin Xiu covered her mouth with her hand. Serafler, you probably feel that relying on buying a TV station to pass an audition is a sign of insecurity and unworthy of a magical girl. Right, correct, Serafler gave a thumbs up. As expected of Xiu-chan. You really understand my feelings, Tilda. Serafler found herself becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Xiu. In the next few days, Lin Xiu resumed her daily life. A week passed. During this week, Lin Xiu's life remained the same. Study and practice hard during the day. Go on dates in the evening. And return to the world of Apocalypse to fight monsters at night. Of course, the specific arrangements are different from the previous few days. On the one hand, now had a new date, Serafler, and a new event called filming on his schedule. On the other hand, Lin Xiu found that Leah was less and less concerned about giving him benefits. On Suhen, he entered the old school building. Rias had just finished bathing and was wearing only a white shirt and a red thong. Second rate, even so. Rias didn't care and let Lin Xiu rest his head on her thighs. Finally, it's Amano Yuuma's side. Amano Yuuma has also evolved to the point where she will actively kiss him before meeting and parting. It can be said that the progress is very fast. Another 7 days passed in the DxD world, and 35 days passed in the Apocalypse world. During these 35 days, Lin Xiu moved the shelter to a larger rural area and began to plant some crops that were easy to grow and had a relatively short maturity period. On Kagura's side, she successfully used her own influence and Lin Xiu's military force to control most of the self-defense forces and control the rights of most of the island nation. There was no way. The strength displayed by Lin Xiu was simply too terrifying. After an explosion magic was cast, before he could take the initiative to negotiate, the top leaders of Fuso took the initiative to lick him. Bang, tilde, after all the living people were evacuated. Lin Xiu threw an explosion magic directly towards Tokyo. Looking at the numbers that kept rising in the system, Lin Xiu felt happy at this moment. His body seemed to have flipped a switch, and he naturally broke through to the upper demon level. After ascending from a high-level intermediate demon to a primary-level superior demon, Lin Xiu even felt confident that he could face a demon king-level expert alone. After Tokyo, Lin Xiu went to several other international metropolises that had already cooperated with him and completed evacuation. After a few bursts of magic, Lin Xiu finally heard the system's prompt sound, ding tilde. Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage, Stage 4, kill 100 million zombies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Immortality, Gold. Immortality, Gold. The immortality is as powerful as that of a true vampire. It can turn part of the body into mist, even if the body is completely destroyed. As long as a trace of mist still exists, it can slowly recover. Note, the immortality rewarded by the system is different from the immortality of vampires and is not afraid of any sacred items. After acquiring the third gold-rated ability, Lin Xiu became more relaxed, in a good mood. Lin Xiu went straight to sleep with him in the same bed. Not only the heroines of the apocalypse world, Lin Xiu also pulled the guards, who looked like anime heroines, to the bed. However, what surprised Lin Xiu a little was that halfway through the battle, Ciri Alice took the initiative to sit on him. Although her petite and cute body was constantly trembling, Ciri Alice looked unprecedentedly happy and satisfied. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, becoming Ciri Alice's father. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Talented Ability, Fatherly Love is like a mountain green. Talent Ability, Fatherly Love Green, when facing a Lolita-type character. You will gain their extra attention and love. After coming to her senses, Lin Xiu could only gently stroke Ciri Alice's smooth back, helping her to adapt to the situation as much as possible. While holding Ciri Alice's waist, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound, Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, collecting all the true apocalypse worlds. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Apocalypse World, Son of the World Qualification Gold. Apocalypse World, Qualification of the Son of the World. After collecting all the heroines, the host becomes the Son of the World recognized by the world consciousness. As the Son of the World, the host can change the rules of the world to a certain extent. In addition, the host can also consume part of the world's origin to unlock the life form of the life form selected by himself. After the life form is unlocked, the life form will grow to the growth limit of the world in one go. Note 1. When unlocking the life forms of the original male and female protagonists, there is no need to consume the world origin because it has been unlocked once. Note 2. The growth limit of the Apocalypse World is Demon King level. True Apocalypse World Full Collection. Lin Xiu hadn't expected that the system had even stricter conditions for full collection. But Demon King level. It's nice to have the expectation of growing to Demon King level. At this stage, most of the heroines in the world of Apocalypse have been promoted to the level of superior demons. And the strongest one, Seiko Busujima, has even been promoted to a high-level superior demon. Although there is still a long way to go before reaching the Demon King level, Lin Xiu is quite satisfied with the fact that he can gradually grow into a Demon King level expert in the future. As for changing the rules of the Apocalypse World, Lin Xiu felt that this matter was worth his careful study. Bite. The host has completed the hidden mission in the Apocalypse World and is searching for the next copy world. Remaining search time, 240 hours calculated in main world time. Search target, intermediate copy world. After 240 hours, please click the system to view the search results. While conquering the next dungeon world, the host can also continue to complete the main quest in the Apocalypse World. Come to think of it, I haven't completed the main quest in the Apocalypse World. Lin Xiu remembered that he still had a main task of building a shelter in the Apocalypse World that had not been completed. There's no way around it. The main quest to build the shelter will take half a year to complete. And it's only been less than 2 months since the apocalypse, so it's still too early for the completion, ultimately. It can only be blamed on the fact that he completed the hidden mission too quickly. According to the system, completing hidden quests or all main quests as long as one of these two conditions is met. A new dungeon world can be unlocked. An intermediate dungeon world tilde, I wonder what kind of world I'll get. When Lin Xiu was thinking about what world he would draw, the detection array he set up in the DxD world suddenly produced feedback. Rias, why is she at my door in the middle of the night? Lin Xiu's doubts only lasted for a second. You came to me in the middle of the night. It could only be because of that incident. Well, if Rias doesn't come, wouldn't all my arrangements be in vain? After roughly cleaning up the mess in the apocalypse world, Lin Xiu quickly returned to the DxD world.